Welcome to Stationeers, total beginner. I want to do something crazy here, so maybe you don't want to watch this video, but one of the others that I have on my channel, or another channel of course, which has easier introductions. This one will go from 0 to extreme, because we're not starting on the moon or Mars, which are easy. It's easy to survive there. But on Vulcan, which is one of the hardest planets there are, but it also poses the most interesting engineering playground. So if you're engineering minded and want to get into this game but have no clue yet about it, then I hope this will become the video for you, because I'm winging this. Let's see what happens. So this is Stationeers. Now there are some tutorials which I recommend you play. They will eventually be phased out and blah blah blah. Let's not go through the entire history of Stationeers or what they have planned. Currently you can still play these tutorials, and they are very helpful. They got me into the game. Here we go. That's what you have to do. You go into your Steam library, right mouse button on Stationeers, then you get this window. You go to betas, then you select previews, preface change. This downloads then the old version, then you can play the tutorials. And later you can use the same thing to roll back, or even select beta, which is what I've been playing for the entire year so far, 2024. So you can tell, yep, that is stable enough to really enjoy yourself. And you get the newest stuff. With the newest version, if you try to play tutorials, it will tell you, oops, doesn't work. Okay. New world. Let me just give you a short overview here. You can pause the video to get some impression. And we're gonna start on Vulcan. Easy mode. And I might even have to pause the game simulation every once in a while to talk to you, because I think we are really on a timer on this world. Not just in hard mode, which I normally try to play, but easy. Even then, when I talk too much, that might kill me. Then we can select the starting conditions, the stuff that we get, that we take with us. Let's look at this stuff for a moment so you get an idea of what you have to do in this game. You need to eat every once in a while. There is some food number that is ticking down. Same for drinking. And this water in turn isn't just an infinite resource. You have to refill these bottles, or drink from a water fountain, which you also have to install. That water has to come from a place, and it has to have an acceptable temperature, and so forth. You have to do all these things. So if you're already getting interested, then yeah, stay with this. Then what we're bringing is an oxygen tank. We can dunk our oxygen canister from our spacesuit in there to refill it. And we have minimum supplies, but this is not what we're taking. We're using the standard Vulcan start. So we're getting oxygen tank, liquid nitrogen tank, which is really cold. So the Vulcan is a very hot planet. So once we have built a little box for us to potentially breathe in, we need to cool that down. And this is one way to do it. You can just unleash a bit of this stuff, which is really so brutally cold that this is actually viable. At some point though, it's going to be empty. We need some cooling solution. Trading supplies. You actually have to make a trading outpost here, because some resources are just not on the planet. I guess some hardcore Stationeers might be able to cope without. That might be possible, I don't know. Hydroponic supplies. Yes, we can and have to grow plants. They need water, they need the right atmosphere, they need the right light conditions. Survival supplies. A beacon to which you can walk based upon a tablet that you hold in your hands, which points and shows the distance. Atmospheric supplies. Airlock supplies. And this is not all the stuff you get. This is all the stuff that you start with. You can make your own. Water tank to drink from, oxygen tank, lander. Vulcan. No idea if this video will work, so let's go. So WASD moves you around, and oh, yeah, I just jumped right into this crack here. This is, I mean, other planets don't have this, but you have it on this one. You have a jetpack. I just activated that with shift, but it's normally on J. Makes sense to put it on shift. Press L to turn off the light so you don't waste electricity. That's our lander, and these are the extra canisters that we brought. And there we see the black hole that we're orbiting descend because nighttime is coming. Up there on the left you can see some tips what you're supposed to do first, but I'm not going to go into those because they're still a work in progress. They're not even yet on the main release channel. This is just in the beta. And so before we go further, let me just pause this and talk for a bit. So this is our lander. The lander itself is useless, it's just decorative in principle. You can even destroy this thing and then all the things attached will fall to the ground. We can also detach them. We have a set of tools that we have in a tool belt, and you will need those all the time. And there's lots of tool swapping, and you have two hands. They are both equal, so you just select which hand is your current one, then you use that. Sometimes you have to use two things at the same time, something in the other hand. This is based upon or inspired by Space Station 13, which is a top-down view, browser-based multi-user dungeon game with a very deep roleplay and tech simulation. And this is supposed to be the first-person 3D version of that, or at least heavily inspired by that. And when I found Stationeers, I was completely fascinated by the spacesuit here. You actually have some gas here that's ticking down, that is pumped in the waste canister. You have some filters. You can open the helmet. Not advisable on this planet. But I couldn't get into it because it's really hard to get into it for a beginner. The hurdle is really high. The bar is high. I have made many intro videos like this one, fast ones, slow ones, on the moon and on Mars. So if this here will not work out or is too hard for you, then you should watch those because they're really much easier. But I want to try Vulcan. So now with F1 we get help. We have a Stationpedia here, where you can read some stuff. You can even pause the game. I'm just showing you around. It's not like, hey, do all these things. I'm just giving you a whiff of what this game has to offer. And it has hyperlinks. You go here to ores, from here you can go to mine, then you get the mining drill, then this is the mining drill itself. And you can copy things to the clipboard, which can be useful for the programming language which this game has. There's an actual assembly language in here that you can use, and that in the end, once you're really far into the game, you will definitely have to use, because all the other means to get things done are just they pale. They are dwarfed by the power of that programming language. But you don't have to use it. I know I'm contradicting myself, but the thing is, this game has a lot of depth. You don't have missions yet. All of that is still coming. The game is still in early access after like 8 or 10 years, I don't know. And they said they will change course and change things over the development of the game as they see fit for the best of the game. Their goal, of course, is to have a version 1.0 and say, hey everybody, this is Stationeers, buy that thing, and then they will keep developing it. But their primary goal is to make the best such game, and let me tell you, they are good at it. They are releasing multiple new betas per week, and I play all of that new stuff all the time. And they are introducing new mechanisms, phase change, for example, half a year back, or no, a full year back, I think, which really changed the game. And so if you get into this thing now, you will have multiple games, not just one. So I really want to invite you on this journey. So F1 gives you that. Then the star key toggles the user interface on and off. I swapped that with F2. So F2 normally toggles on and off the user interface, but they're introducing these helper hints, so that will soon be swapped. And I swapped it back because I'm used to it and the helper hints are not yet that useful to me. So F2 normally toggles the interface, or star maybe in the future, star on the keypad. And F3 gives you the console, which you should normally not tamper with, but I want to show you that anyway. Yes, this is still for beginners, for beginners who are otherwise, well, techie-minded, engineering-minded. Here we see some commands. Quit, for example, gets you to the main menu, not that you really need that. And also we have some information about the world, because see, the Sun and Venus and Earth and the Moon and so forth, they're all here right in the simulation, even though you will never get to see them, except if you build a telescope and launch a rocket to get the right bearings, and then you point the telescope at them. I haven't yet done that successfully, but that's possible. They are really out there. And you have seasons based upon orbiting. It's a real Kepler simulation that they have here. And here I'm taking a look at the timescale. We have 0.0024, and I want to slow down the simulation so that we have a longer night, which is better for beginners because the days are really hot. And also I hate that every game has to have this fast-paced day-night cycle. 20 minutes, man, that's normal in this game, and you should keep it as a beginner, but let's change it anyway. So orbit timescale 0.0024-ish is what we have right now. 0.1 would be almost 24 times that. So instead of let's see, this would be about 2 times that, 40 minutes would be like 400 minutes. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so WASD is for moving, space is for jumping, J is for jetpack. I changed that to shift because that's entirely reasonable. Now here we have construction supplies, and we have to pick out the iron frames because you need a foundation for what you want to build, and you need to build something so that you don't die. It's all immersion. Like I said, there are no missions yet, but the simulation is so deep. You need to eat, you need to drink, and you need to live at the right... You need to have oxygen to breathe at an appreciable temperature between 0 and 50 degrees. And you need to get that oxygen. So you have to be in that environment. Ideally, you need to be in a room that has this environment, so you need to cool it down or heat it up depending. You have to have the right pressure from like 20 kilopascals to 150 or so that's rather flexible. All of that has to be fulfilled, and this requires machinery, engineering. These then have dependencies. You need electricity, you need cabling, you need power generation, electricity storage. So there's so much interdependency that there's so much gameplay that's just emergent from the fact that you need to survive, and the game doesn't even have missions and such yet, and all of that will come still. I can only say, get into this game, man. So I'm holding this into my hand. In my hand you can swap your hand with E. That's shown at the bottom of the screen there. You can see where the mouse is currently dancing. Some tips. I can press T to place down carefully. I can press Q to toss stronger or weaker, and most importantly, what beginners really need to know, I wish that was on screen when you start the game, because it's really the key to unlocking the user interface for beginners. There are other ways to use this, but anyway, press the left Alt key. Then you get a mouse pointer, so you can just operate the things on screen. You can use drag and drop from the world into your inventory and out of the inventory into your hands, if they're free. And if you're holding something in your hand that has a function, for example like this duct tape, which I can activate by pressing right mouse button if my suit is damaged to wrap myself up, then that will do that. So a right mouse button with this gives me the build goes, is what I call that. They call it the blueprint. Okay, you do you. It's important not to overbuild. And I might actually be doing that. I'm not so used to the current starting resources here. already used all of those up.
Beyond the light. Exosphere. On Soma FM.
You can still fall through these boxes, which I'm placing with the left mouse button, but we can weld them up. We need iron sheets, and then you use your welder, and then you weld them one time, so you can walk and build on them, or 2 times, so that they're even airtight. So then you need double the amount of iron sheets, obviously. Let me just turn this down slightly. I'm still trying to get my own bearings. I'll just open all of that, which might be confusing to you, but on the other hand, then you have time to study that a bit. You know what? Let's hover over that with the mouse pointer. So maybe if you want to pause the video, you will get some impression of what's going on here. I can explain that, of course, also, but currently I'm on a timer because I'm basically in the process of dying. So I'm getting some resources here that I will need, and things that I don't need I will put away. There will be more explanations, I promise you that, but currently I first have to get out of the rain. So let's drag the arc welder in the other hand, and just weld this thing up. On Moon and Mars you don't start with the arc welder, instead you start with what's its name? The battery is already empty. The arc welder is an absolute battery killer. Don't worry, it's not a grind fest, but some grinding is necessary. You can also drag that right here instead of in the inventory of that thing. So you just saw that there are nested inventories. Everything can have an inventory, and if you can put the thing into another thing, then you have implicitly nested inventories. And yes, you can put a backpack in a backpack, and even further than that, something that is cheesing, of course, and you should avoid it. And I never do that. Only use mining backpacks that I put into my backpack to carry more ores. So on Moon and Mars you start not with the arc welder, but with the welding torch, which is the more primitive version of this thing. That you have to first turn on, and then it will constantly burn a little bit of its fuel. And that fuel is a canister just like your breathing canister, and it's really just the same kind of thing. And the gas in there, let me look at gases, there's one of these, because there are indeed multiple gases in here, and the simulation is complex. You have different phases. They can freeze, they can be liquid, and they can of course be in gaseous form, and this depends on pressure and temperature at the same time. Here, the phase change diagram. Yep, that's in the game. And this might seem hyper complicated to you, but instead you should understand it as under the term depth. Depth is what this thing has, and if you play on Moon and Mars, then you will of course run into those aspects also, but they will not be in your face so much. On Vulcan things are different. For example, if I empty my waste canister, in which there will be some oxygen, not just the CO2 that I breathe out and that is removed from the volume within which I stand of the spacesuit by these filters, you can see they're ticking down. There's some oxygen in there. If I empty that here on Vulcan, the air will be on fire, because the right fuel mixture is oxygen and volatiles, and the atmosphere is mostly volatiles, or lots of it. So then you have fuel mixture, and since it's so hot, it will auto-ignite. I don't know if this happens during the night also, or only during the day. Anyway, put away the welder. And now we need the mining drill. Here's the mining belt. I will actually put that here. And you saw I just dragged that there where my belt is. Because if I use a mining drill on some ore that I find in the ground, then that will be automatically picked up if the mining belt is my actual current belt. And the tool belt still works from here, so no good reason to put it in the belt slot. You can see there's some air going here because whenever I remove some landscape that will cause a vacuum there, it's a bit weird how the game solves this. So there will be air motion, and then you see air motion. That's what that is. Now we have a platform. I will now go and dismantle this entire thing. First we can look here, the tooltip. Always pay attention to the tooltips, they tell you a lot. And the user interface is normally not this small. I made it this small so I have more space on my screen. It's telling you can use the wrench to unfasten this, but this is a custom text that was added. Actually, I suggested that and then they did it. Haha! But that was a necessity pending for a long time. I just re-triggered that and then they did this. This is how this went down. If you point at a thing and you have a tool in your hand, then you will get a tooltip that is very helpful. Here, for example, it will tell you the hand drill will deconstruct that. In other words, then everything that is here will fly all over the place in that crack and down to the lava and will burn up. We don't want that. And now we'll risk something ridiculous. Instead of unfastening that, I will deconstruct the entire lander, and apparently that went well. Nothing fell into the cracks. Good, because it's more time efficient. Now we'll carry that over here to our little station, and you see that the things have handles. We can grab them, and different things have different handles, and often they have multiple. For example, if I toss down my welding torch, here you can just take out the battery. And if this, my arc welder, if this would be the welding torch, I could also turn that thing on and off. The welding torch that you normally have here also has another side effect. If there's a burnable gas around you, it will set that gas on fire. Combustion will start because there's an open flame. The arc welder doesn't do that. The welding torch also excretes waste gases. Pollutant is like the catch-all for bad gas, you know, and it's kind of the entropy end results of all kind of gas interactions. I mean, not all of them. Okay, pollutant is just the stuff you definitely don't want to breathe. That's really the takeaway. Here, the handles are in a different place. They're at the top. This is an advanced advanced portable tank. There are also the simple ones. The advanced ones, they don't exchange thermal energy. Hey, look here. We have the handheld tablet. And here we have a cartridge. Whatever cartridge I drag into this thing will be the one that it uses. For example, here we have the tracker. I can use the mouse wheel to select different targets for the tracker. For even myself, in multiplayer you can select other players. Network analyzer to see what's connected to a cable and if the devices are turned on. And now we use the Atmos analyzer, and we can see here we have 2.5 kilomoles of oxygen in there. Mole is an actual scientific unit, as is kilopascal, megapascal and all of that, and liters of course. Let's talk about volume for a second. If the volume here would be half that, but you would have the same amount of gas in there, then the pressure would be double. That's obviously how this works, right? I mean, there's a relationship between volume and pressure. If you have a larger volume, the same amount, then you have less pressure. I think these tanks, let's look them up. Tank. No, I try again. Tank. Tank small insulated, tank big insulated. All of these seem like spam articles, and some of them actually kinda are, because the small tank and the small tank they are the same thing. They only have different names because of the game evolution and so forth. Let's not talk about that. But most of these things are actually real and actually necessary. Useful, I mean. Here we have the portable tank, and here we have the portable gas tank Mark II. And you can see the volume 790 liters and the maximum pressure is 20 megapascals. So that's how far you can fill this, and if you fill it further, then its damage will tick down from 100% to 0, and then, or the damage will tick up to 100% and then it will explode and there will be a big crater. not survivable, basically. You don't want that. Yes, and if you drag something whose inventory is open away, the inventory box will close. You can also move these on the screen, and you can return them to their original stacking position. This stacking thing is obviously a crutch. It's not yet implemented deeply and thoroughly, but I mean, you might get the impression that the game isn't yet developed properly. It is. I have played this for 1,500 hours. Easy. I mean, Steam is saying I'm played for 1,800 hours, and I'm just being lenient by saying it's only 1,500. One of the most fascinating aspects of this game is that you can wrap yourself into an environment, into a building, into a house, into a home that you make yourself, and this home means something. It's not like in other games. It's just like in Deus Ex Mankind Divided, for example, you had a house, and I really appreciate that, a home from which you started. I believe that this emotional aspect of basically the cave in which you dwell is deeply ingrained within us because of our long human history where we started, and because survival as it is today in the civilized world is not quite self-evident. I mean, we managed to get there, and now it's normal to us, but it's still, I mean, if you don't have that, I mean, yeah. I'm just looking around, there's something still dwelling in the cracks. Let's see how many boxes we have. Should be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 7. Ha, okay. And there's this then. Now I want to build a box around this. Let's use the construction supplies. Okay, one of the most fascinating aspects is that this home in which you wrap yourself here is not just of your own shaping, but also it is meaningful. It keeps you alive. It has an airlock that opens, that toggles, that has its own logic. If you program it like that, or if you construct it like that, you can also make a manual airlock, which I think we might do in the beginning. You have cooling, heating, you have your gas supply, you have your storage, your manufacture, your furnace. On Europa, very cold planet, for example, it makes sense to build the furnace indoors, which has extreme waste heat, and then it will heat up your station box from at the beginning minus 140 degrees Celsius relatively quickly to hot temperatures, and then you have to actually escape the heat somehow. And since Europa is only oxygen atmosphere, you can just open a door, and that you can automate with some programming or some logic chips, which are the primitive version of the programming. You just need the screwdriver and some chips, and you can just open the door automatically when it gets too hot, based upon a gas sensor that you have to place, which delivers all kinds of values that it can read out and react to. That is what this game has. If you're not yet hooked, then and if you're hooked, then maybe you just want to stop and buy the game and try to figure it out for yourself, because the discovery journey is like half of the game. Half of in a game session, in a playthrough, is you leveling up by making your station, by building structures and making it beautiful and functional and automated and such. And the other half is the one that I wish I could get back. I wish I could forget all of this. It's you personally leveling up, and I'm trying to give you the start so that you can start your journey. I have done that lots of times on Moon and Mars, and I just want to do things differently. Maybe this playthrough for beginners here on Vulcan is completely meaningless. I don't know yet. I just want to try. So now we want to put up some walls. We have iron walls. Right mouse button gives you the build ghost. The 6 keys above the arrow keys allow you to rotate that arbitrarily, or you can see here in the tooltip you can hold down a hotkey and then rotate, but with that by holding it down using the mouse wheel or by hitting it many times. For me that's R, for you that would probably be C. I changed that because it's just more effective for my way of playing. Here in the controls you can look up all the controls there are, and it's quite a lot, but it's manageable. I mean, half of these are really not necessary. For example, when do you actually need to change the field of view in the game? I do that often, but you don't actually need to. And reset to normal. So right mouse button to get this build ghost, and then you see this box around it, which suggests that it is See the wall on which side it is. It's a choice that you can make, but it's not relevant in regards to whether it is airtight. And now I'm thinking a bit, where will the sun be in the morning? There is where it goes down. I'm thinking solar, you know. My suit's battery is already at 64%. And if it's down, then my life support will of course no longer be working. I'm not just talking about the cooling system, which by the way I believe uses oxygen. So that's why you would find some oxygen in your waste tank. Actually, let's look at the waste tank. We have our tablet. I will turn it on with the right mouse button. Toss down the waste canister.
Waste tank critical.
And we can see that most of it is oxygen actually. You can see the temperature is 70 plus degrees and now it's heating up, and you can see that convection, it's convecting away minus 26 joules per game tick. A game tick is half a second. So in other words, it's heating up and it's radiating away, or getting radiated into nothing. This is what every container has, this kind of temperature exchange. If I put that back into my suit, it will no longer heat up further. The heating up that it has, the hot gas in there, that is from from it being used to cool my suit down. We have 126 degrees out there, and yeah. I think I can actually turn up the temperature, because there's a differential that is to be overcome by the cooling system. You can tell from the fact that it's not 126 degrees in my waste canister, but only 70. So if I decrease the differential, then I should actually be able to not just temporarily, but lastingly decrease the amount of waste oxygen that this produces. I know I'm talking a lot of deep mechanisms, but this is this world warrants trying to be a bit more. Oh, damn, I done goofed. To be a bit more careful. So we built too much. How would I know what to do here? I already told you, you pick a tool, and then the tooltip will say, in this case the angle grinder deconstructs this, I want to do that, or use iron sheets to continue the construction. These are things that you have to learn in the beginning, but eventually you will of course sleepwalk this. And I cannot tell you when that is, when that sleepwalking sets in, because, I mean, like I said, I wish I could forget the things I've learned about this game, other than that I really want to play it, because it's absolutely motherfucking stellar, dude. You really, really need to play this game. So, here I will now make a roof, and you see we have 5 of 5 in the tooltip. What does that mean? We can also build walls, and so forth, and here I'm using windows. Windows are actually not advisable on this world, because the sun will shine in. I mean, the sun's a black hole, but the accretion disk is the light source, really. But I don't care, I want to solve this regardless. I want to be able to see out there, you know? Oh, did I use up everything already? Okay, that's a problem. So we have to... do I have... I don't have any more iron walls. I used too much. I used too much material. It's too big. My station is too big. There are multiple ways to deal with this, and I don't know if I'm overstretching myself by just already going the long route. So we have seen basically how you would make your station box. So let's go into other things. Electricity, for example. Where are the... Maybe we want to make the airlock next, because that goes into electricity supplies also. Electrical supplies here, and then we have the advanced airlock supplies. Let me first put up some walls. I'm holding these in both hands because I will need this and that. Now I have a closed up wall here. By the way, if you use the crowbar, you can remove this again, which the tooltip would tell you. Now it doesn't, because I already have the right tool. And in this way you can easily check whether everything has been closed up. But this has been closed, everything not. See, that's an easy way to do it. Something you definitely don't want to fail. I did fail that on a Stationeer level difficulty playthrough that I recorded, and I was emptying my starter box with a pump to get rid of the bad planetary atmosphere, and then it took a very long time. It didn't actually finish until I realized that the roof was still open in a place. But I managed to fix that in time, and that actually worked out. Okay, the flashlight consumes a very high amount of electricity, so that's a problem. And where would I get electricity during the night? I mean, you cannot use the very little light that's remaining. Neither can you use any electrical lights or the plant grow light, which affects the plants just like the sun does, but any other lights do not affect the plants, to give any electricity to any solar panel. So the only electricity source that I have during the night right now is, where's my electrical supplies? The upright wind turbines. So let's put those up. Oh, I welded up the... This was not necessary. I wanted the front porch for some devices I might rather want to run on the outside instead of indoors. How do we continue? Let me first reclaim those resources. Again, the tooltip would tell you which tool does this. You can also just double click here, I don't have to drag all the time. And see if I mean, okay, this is a bit too complex maybe, but if I have the tool here, I drag it over here, I double click again, then it will be placed in a meaningful slot. This is not the slot where I want it. But if I go here and double click, and then double click again, then we'll go back to that slot because the double click source is somehow remembered. So let's see what happens now. Again, it goes here. So, yeah. Yeah, so you have different tool slot types, so your inventory is very limited, but expansive depending on what you want to do. And of course, you will get more inventory later. So I want to produce some electricity. Do we still have some frames? Yes, we still have frames. Let's make the front porch a bit larger than this. Or rather... Okay, I will have my electricity here. I hope I don't fail this playthrough. I mean, even if it will not be useful really for beginners, I don't know that. Yes, it's very, very hardcore to go this way. Even though it would still be a nice playthrough to have, yes? But I don't want to fail. On easy difficulty, if you die, you respawn with the spacesuit on, and you can even eat and drink with the helmet closed, like real astronauts also can do that because they have that built into their suit, like they also have their diapers in their suit. Yeah, that's one of the harsh truths of having to do that, job. But on normal and hard difficulty, you cannot you cannot eat and drink with the helmet closed. You can see here I'm letting them point toward each other so that we can benefit from less cabling. So let's use these cables, right mouse button to build, and then I have all kinds of variants, and I can even can even rotate them. So that seems complicated, and it is, but you don't have to do that. You can just use the straight cable and the curved cable and use the auto-rotate key. Absolutely do it. Here, the auto-rotate key only gives me these orientations. Here, without any reason, it will give me all orientations, but here, where it could have a reason, it will only give me the meaningful ones. So I want to continue my building here, and now it's saying merging requires wire cutters and other hands. So let's just get them over there. And see, you only need the straight and curved cables. You don't need all the other variations that just need to exist, but you don't need to work with them yourself. So I want the airlock to be here. Well, it's not ideal how I'm doing it. Don't even know if this works. Oh man, I done goofed. I didn't do it right. See, the doors, they block cables. So there's something that has to be kept in mind. And I don't want to take all of that down because the video flow would suck. And also maybe I don't have the time. So instead I will just waste more cables. That's also a way to do it. And what we are building here, if I will be successful in the end, will be will be hilariously a hilarious fart in the wind compared to the stations that some people have built. I mean, what you can do here in Station is just completely beyond, man. Yeah, I'm not sure which kind of door I will use. That some doors allow cables to be right next to them, some don't. And this might seem arbitrary, but once you have seen the doors, you will see, oh, that's actually meaningful. Yep, it is. Oh, the wind turbine's in the way. Crap! Okay, so we have a power source and we have batteries that would need some charging. But where can we charge batteries? Well, there's for example the battery charger over there, but I don't want to do that now. Instead, I want to use the area power controller, which is kind of the same thing. It is a battery charger, but let's use auto rotate here. You can see on the right side we have yellow, on the left side not, because of the connection. And on the cables you also saw that maybe it is yellow if it has a connection, but there are also two plus signs, one on one end and one on the other end. And one of them will be yellow and one of them will not be yellow, except if you have a connection on both sides. So you can even build blindly, because the build blueprint build ghost is visible even through walls. So if you're building cables behind a wall, so you cannot see that, if they're covered up by walls, then you can still do that thanks to these helpful build ghosts. Now you can see again we have a variant here. This is only cosmetic, and I will use this one. Yep, the other one would have been upside down. It doesn't matter, it's just, you know, visual. With a crowbar I can open this. Again, a tool would have told you if you need it. And then I will just, oh, whoops. We'll just plop the battery in here, and now the battery will be charged 2%, 3%, 4% by the wind turbines, which are outputting some electricity. So that's how we get some electricity during the night. And wind turbines are really viable on Vulcan. Solar is even better, because the power that the sun delivers here is really, really high. So now we have a battery charger, that's good. Let's also get some airlock going while we're there. Here we have the kit door. I will make two doors here, two kinds of doors, so you get to see both of them. Here we have the glass door and we have the composite door. We also have the manual hatch, which cannot be electrified, but it's just you click on it, it opens, you click on it, it closes, and if you're standing in the wrong place, your spacesuit will be damaged or even destroyed. Careful with these dudes. Don't underestimate them. And then we have the composite roll cover, which is only in the kit doors because it can be opened and closed, but it's really just a wall cover to hide your cables and microchips. So we want to access them, but yeah. So the glass door doesn't allow cables to be right next to it. Good thing then that I didn't do this. And the composite door does allow that, so I can actually build composite doors in a circle. The glass door not, it needs some space next to it, but you can see here this would work. Now we need to continue. Let's use the tool tip trick. We need the welding torch and one plastic sheet. And while we're at it, I will actually add another area power controller here, because that is meaningful. Because, see, if electricity is coming in at a pace that is higher than what we can digest, which is not completely outlandish to assume as a possibility, then we cannot charge, then we will waste electricity. But if, or let's say that one battery is already full, but the other isn't. Now, if I have this in parallel, then I can benefit from the fact that power is still coming in. That's why I have this, so I have basically this. The thing is, currently I will have two accumulators of electricity. Let's swap this small battery with my large one. So this big one can also be charged. You can see here that it charges much slower, though you cannot really tell because the wind has different speeds here. It's not just like an Astroneer where either you have wind or you don't. And then you have the high power that the things have been rated for, or you don't, but it depends on, well, the actual wind speed. And yeah, on planets with atmosphere, you will actually have storms. That's something to keep in mind. What am I doing here? I am preparing for, I'm placing the battery charger also, which you don't want to turn on. You need to turn it on to charge the battery. These ones charge the battery without having been turned on. If you turn them on, they will keep consuming electricity, I think. But I don't want to pipe any electricity out. This thing is only for charging, and it only charges when it's turned on. But it will consume some electricity. 5 watts. There's even a big charger which has lots of slots, which consumes 10 watts constantly when it's turned on. We don't want to waste at the beginning, so this is why I'm doing this. So we also have a solar panel. I guess I want to put that up too. I don't know where the sun will be coming from. It's still over there. It's a long time until it will be up again, because, like you remember, I turned up the world simulation. Oh, we have multiple. Oh. To like, I don't know, 24 times. Oh, let's do the math. 1 second. 24 times 20 divided by 60. That's 8 hours. So, oh damn! I closed the preview window. That will be 8 hours for 1 day night cycle. So we will have like 4 more hours of night, and then we will have 4 hours of extreme heat, and we have to prepare our station for that. So if a beginner would go to Vulcan, then I would actually recommend that he use this hack that I used there to change the world timing. And you might think that's cheating, but it's not. I mean, it depends on what your circumstances are. If you want to call that cheating, but I just want to call that more realism. And since we're doing a beginner playthrough here, giving us more night time instead of the 600 degrees Celsius during the day, I think that's just reasonable. Vulcan is a very beautiful world, apart from the very harsh environment. I mean, one of my best screenshots I've taken on Vulcan. For example, the when there's a storm. So all worlds with atmosphere will have storms, and the storms will damage the solar panels. But these are not the only solar panels available. There are also ones that you can point at. These only have the flat or the angled version, like you can see here. But there's also. Wait, could I have placed them better? There's also the ones that you can actually point decidedly at the sun. Oh, that would work. Yeah, stupid me. But that's what happens when you do a TED Talk and also try to survive on this thing. Okay, it's not a TED Talk. Where's the drill? Did I toss this somewhere here? Yep. Don't leave your tools lying around. You will regret it, probably. I We don't have infinite jetpack. You can see here that this ticks down when I use it, and then you need to refill it. What does the jetpack canister content look like? Well, anything you want, as long as it doesn't explode in your face. For example, you could also use pollutant, which seems like a complete waste product, right? But you don't want to use pollutant when you possibly activating your jetpack in your station, because it will excrete that gas. And also, pollutant isn't just the wastey stuff that it sounds like. If you look at the phase change diagram, you will notice that between like minus 100 degrees and plus 160 degrees at high pressures, it will be liquid. And phase change can be used for heating and cooling. And so that's something you want to keep in mind. So again, left alt is for mouse pointer, mouse wheel to change, to choose a different thing from the kit that you're holding in your hand, and definitely pay attention to the tooltips. Beginners absolutely should, and they're even useful still for if you really know what you're doing, depending on circumstances, because the tooltips are showing up in all kinds of circumstances, telling you all kinds of things, and some of those are still useful for people who know what they're doing. So we have the electricity influx here,
Power critical.
and the battery has been charged up to 69%. Yes, I wanted to continue building the doors. Arc welder plastic sheets. Do I have them? Yep, there they are. There are not that many materials to build with. There's iron sheets. There's plastic sheets. See, you can drag that directly into this place. So just in time. The life support would have given out, then my temperature would have risen, and so forth. Plastic sheets, iron sheets, and there's iron walls and iron frames and glass sheets. Yeah, that's it. That's what the beginner needs to know. There's of course more in the game, but this is what the beginner needs to know. Next thing, we will need the crowbar and glass. And here for this one we will only need one. You can see 24 becomes 23. Crowbar can still open and close the door, so it's not a problem. And this, the glass door, which needs more glass, takes 2. And now you can see why there's no room for the cable. At least it kind of makes sense. Even it looks like, but that's the way it's implemented, and it's kind of believable. Nice thing about the composite door is it shows its name. You might think, name? What's that? What kind of concept is that? Oh, I thought I had a label. Oh, I don't? Oh, guess I have to make that then, huh? Maybe it's in the airlock supply crate. There it is, of course. Here, I can rename the door. I can say, let's say airlock. And now it's saying airlock. Or... that's what that looks like. Yeah, it's a bit limited. But it is fun. It's also limited insofar as the other side would show the same name. And that doesn't make sense then, does it? So why do we need an airlock? Because we want to protect the gases that we have in here, once we have an actual box, from the outer atmosphere. We don't want to lose them, and we don't want to let the gases in. On the moon you only need a simple airlock that only pumps into the station, otherwise just opens because out there's a vacuum. But here you need an advanced airlock, so good thing we have the advanced airlock supplies. And the airlock of course needs 2 doors, because not just opening and closing the door doesn't really separate the atmospheres. You have to close the door, then we're in the vacuum, then we're in the box. We vacuum that out in this direction or in that direction depending on where we're coming from, and then we open the other door. That was wrong. I need the active vents. These are the air pumps. No, that's not good. I'm trying to think strategically when it comes to cables. That works. No, it doesn't. I need the cable. Ah, damn it. Maybe I should first do a bit of cabling. Okay, so here's the power supply. That's where the power comes out. I can even point at the output even though I can't see it right now. That works. So I can now place a cable blindly. That's what I described earlier. And we will need some components on the wall, so I will do just a cable up to the roof. And this kind of defines then what I will do with these. Where are they? What? Oh, there. For example, this and that. Yep, that's good. So let's take the passive vents. The passive vents are effectively like pipes. They are not devices, they're just a thing that looks like a vent. You can see here it becomes yellow. The auto rotate key is really serving you. It will be C in your case, I think. In my case it's R, like I said. Listen to what the tooltip says. So this vent will then be for the outside, will pump from the box to this. And this one will be on the input side. There are pipes. The pipes behave exactly like the cables. You only need the straight and curved one. In this case, you don't need the wire cutter, so you will need the wrench. But otherwise, it's really the same. Okay, that's out of the way. They need to be connected to the power. Let's put those pipes away. I don't need them right now. And the electricity box has more cables, so we're not yet dead in the water. Yeah, this game is pretty hardcore, man. But remember, this is probably not for you, this video. You should watch one of these. I have done, for example, a turbo intro that should be featured on my homepage, basically. 35 minutes, where I cut a lot of times on the moon, where I tell a total beginner how to get going, and in the end we have a station with battery, with plants growing, with a cooling system, with the manufactories and everything. So this uncut playthrough, which allows me to let the music run, see the cuts, when I do cuts videos, I just pause the recording. So I only do live cutting, because I'm a lazy motherfucker, that's why. So we're already at 1 hour and haven't achieved much, but in that video it will take you 35 minutes only, so short attention span, whatever, to get to a proper station. So I recommend that. But if you want to enjoy this one, then yeah, let's keep going. So we have the pump to pump this empty in both directions. We have the power supply, but we don't yet have the logic to make that happen. So we need the console, which has various build thingies. For example, we have short word, since we're talking about build variations. The passive vent also has a very important second use. Mouse wheel, see a wall vent. Now this thing opens this room to the outer atmosphere. Or it could connect two rooms. If you, for example, on Europa and your pressure is too high, or on the moon, you can just plop this thing on the wall for a few moments and then remove it again to relieve your pressure. As one of the solutions. You might think you can open a door, but do you have a door? If you install one, then you have one. If you don't install one, then you don't. Because the airlock doors, they will be under lock and key of this thing here, the console. But before I place that, we also have an LED display, large or medium, or small. These are red and this one is not red because the big ones need more kit consoles in my hand. I only have one, so I could only make this one. And then you can show numbers on these values. How much pressure do we have? How much CO2 ratio? Is it still good for the plants? You can also change what color the display has. For example, you could say if the CO2 ratio is too low, don't show it in green, show it in yellow or orange or red or whatever. Very cool, man. You have so many options. This thing should act like the normal console, I think. I'm not sure. It's monitored for higher up or down at the ground. And they have the dual console. What is the difference between the dual console and the simple one? The dual one has its two connectors separate, and this one has its two connectors joined. What am I talking about? Connectors. Well, see here, the power supply for the door. And here, we have the logic supply for the door, or data supply, same thing. Let's pipe that up. I connect everything with everything here. That's sometimes wrong, but in most cases it's not wrong. I don't want to throw all those concepts at you right at the beginning. We can just connect everything here and that makes sense. So now the doors, if I turn this on, they will be powered. And since they're powered, I can now no longer use the crowbar on them. But I guess if I flip this off, yep, then I can do this again. Yep, okay. So it's not about the cable connection, it's about whether they are actually powered, like the tooltip said. Let's connect then the logic to it, but the console isn't yet logic. It's just like the tablet, it's a multi-use thing, and depending on what kind of cartridge you put in there, you can't use these. No, you need a console cartridge. It will do different things. And what we're putting in there is the advanced airlock chip. Advanced, why? Because it can separate two atmospheres, and so you have to assign two pumps. Of course, you have to assign two doors, even for the simple one, because the airlock always has at least two doors, right? You should make your airlock always one small box, because now we need the kit sensors, and the game simulation works as such. If I pump here, the gas will not be removed in this location here. It will be removed from this box, because the game simulation works box-wise. Box by box. But it will feel very natural, don't worry. So here we have the daylight sensor, which tells us the sun's horizontal and vertical angle, or whether there's sun exposure, and so forth. We have the motion sensor, which tells us whether someone is occupying this respective box. There's also the the occupancy sensor, which does the same, but for the entire room. See, the game automatically derives whether there is a room depending on the walls that you put up. Here we world? Oh, right. I have to close this up. And here this is room 5. The number is irrelevant. It's just room 5, and this one will be room 17 or whatever. Doesn't matter. And the occupancy sensor detects then whether someone is in the room. Then we have the proximity sensor that you can set to a certain distance, and then it will detect whether you are at that distance. And then we have the gas sensor, which we need here. Double click, double click. Double click, double click. Now we can turn this thing on. We need to do this also. Error in config. We need to configure this thing first, and to configure a console you need a data disk. Just put that into the slot. The slot is... Well, you can't see that right now, but there is one. Pop. Now you see all the devices that are on the current cable network. And the ones that you cannot reasonably click, they are grayed out. But these I can reasonably click because they're airlock components. See, cable networks, this is just, you can see here, this is all connected. And by the way, the cable doesn't have flow, just like pipes also don't have flow. They are a container, and this is also kind of a container for electricity. So if there would be a high load of power between this output and maybe the door, then this doesn't mean this cable would be under load. The entire cable network would be under load. And so if the load is higher than what the cable is rated for, you have two types of cables, small ones and heavy ones, then one of the cables would burn out, any one cable. That's how this works. It's simplified, a simplified simulation. 5 kilowatts. The large ones, the heavy ones, they're rated for 100 kilowatts. I don't know why that's not written here. Let's look here then. 100,000 watts. So if you need more, you need to just split up your cable networks. And you will run into that hump rather early, so it's good to split up your cable networks. Also, it's good to keep your airlock on its own cable network. For example, you should always and really always have an area power controller in your airlock, because if you come home and you find your station has no power, then your airlock has no power and you cannot get in. And then on Vulcan, this means that you would have to open the window and the oxygen in there would mix with the volatiles out here and everything would explode and burn. You don't want that. So you always want to be able to use your airlock. So what do you do if your area power controller battery has run out? Well, just put your own in for a moment and you know, then cycle the airlock and then you're inside. So always put that thing here. This also means that you have to open it then with a crowbar. But I mean, we're at the beginning of the game. Currently I leave this open so we have emergency and flexibility possibilities, but later you will probably close this up. Now let's select the gas sensor and select the now we have the glass door and the airlock. What is this? The airlock that's just the door that I call the airlock. What we're seeing here is not the name of not the type of the device, but we see the name of the device. So I could rename this gas sensor. You can see here in the tooltip it's called gas sensor to something else, and that's what it would say then here and here. You can see here the two doors, they are saying exterior. This means I'm currently selecting which door will become the exterior from the interpretation of the airlock. This is the glass door, and so I will select that. You can now see that it is currently disabled because it's now under lock and key of this controlling device. So if you haven't renamed them, or if they are of the same type, you will still be able to distinguish. You see now the other door, airlock here, this door that I called airlock, is now suggested to become interior. Now both doors under lock and key. Now I need to assign the active vents. Here I can use the same trick. This is currently under lock and key, but that's for interior because it pumps into the station. So let's not use this one, but this one. Now it's cycling, it is closing both doors and it's evacuating the airlock. And now we're indoors. I mean indoors, not really yet. And now we cannot really cycle the... it's depressurizing the room now to zero pressure, and now it's repressurizing the room to achieve, let me remove the configuration disk, to 100 kilopascals. You can cancel this. And then it shows you what pressure we have here. You can also see that at the right bottom here, that's the outside pressure. But I don't want to repressurize to any value. I just want to keep vacuum. And same when I cycle to the indoors. Also here no repressurization, because then the cycling will be much faster. It evacuates and then it just opens. This will always be an explosive decompression, but that's not so bad. I will turn on the configuration again because I want to remove the glass doors from the equation here. So I will just click everything again. And then I turn this off because it consumes 50 watts. You don't want that. So I want to stay flexible for now. Oh, and I want to turn this off because I don't need these doors right now. So turn this airlock thingy off when you don't want to do something special with the airlock. Cycling works without this thing being on. Okay, we need to close all of this up, but I need more resources. So we need to make the manufactory, and we need to use the arc furnace, and we need to smelt some stuff. And I also need some space in here, so let's use the power drill, like we were suggested to use earlier when we looked at that with a tool, hand drill required to deconstruct. This will give me then the folded box, and the things within will fall to the ground. Can we do that in some other cases also reasonably? Yeah, the electrical supplies are kind of empty. Oh. That's a problem. My suit will be heating up now. Yeah, I done goofed. Where was I? So I have this folded thing now in my hand, 2 even, because I made dismantled 2. Here we have the construction supplies. I will also deconstruct this. Now we have a lot more room in here. Yeah, it says here I need to drink something. And yes, I do. But I cannot... Well, I can do... In the easy mode, you can do just through the space. So just demonstrate... I will just demonstrate how that works. But no, I will wait until it's at 0, so I can explain a few further things. Because then you will take damage. Your health will take down. Currently, you don't see any health mentioned here, so you're fine. So we have, hypothetically, a working airlock. Just have to reinstate that. Now we need to be able to smell some... what's the word? Some materials that we mine from the surface. Gold, for example, you can see that over there. And you should always put your arc furnace on the outside, because it produces waste gases and it produces waste heat. And on Vulcan, you want to keep your station cool. That's one of the main problems, to keep this thing cool, man. But I will put this in here anyway, because I don't want to cycle the airlock the whole time. And also, I am having some weird ideas here regarding... I mean, I wanna make steel at some point, and I don't have... See, on the Moon and Mars and on Europa, these planets are cold enough. Venus and Vulcan are super hot. And on those planets, you can find out there not just ores like iron and gold, but you can also find ices. Not the stupid idiots of the eastern kind, but I mean, you can find frozen stuff. Oxide, for example. If you toss that down in your already oxygenated station, when there's already some gas there, or when the sun is out, even if there's a vacuum, then it will melt. And it will give you some oxygen and some nitrogen. You can look that up here also in the Stationpedia. There's oxygen in there and some nitrogen. And that's not a problem. Nitrogen is an inert gas, and carbon dioxide is also an inert gas, of course, like in reality. In reality, if you have more than 1% CO2 in the room, or 2 or 3%, then you will be getting tired and such, and then at some point it's even toxic. That's even the feeling of suffocation that you get when you hold your breath. It's not the absence of oxygen. So if you're, for example, in an atmosphere that is only like nitrogen, for example, then you will just go unconscious. You will not even realize that you're suffocating. An astronaut, who is really trained to detect stuff like that, or a fighter pilot maybe, they will be able to detect that something's going on, but also only shortly before they go unconscious. It's really a terrible problem, so you have to take care. Anyway, that's the feeling of suffocation that you get. Here in the game, you can have an 80% CO2 and 20% oxygen atmosphere. Open your helmet, you will be fine. I hope they change that later, because I'd really like that to be like... there should be some dizzying effects, so once you're above 1 or 2%, and then there should be some toxic effects once you're at 7, 8 or 9% or something. I want that. I want my realistic simulation. And it's... I mean... Anyway, okay. I'm not insisting on your fingernails having to growing that you have to cut them and stuff like that, but we're talking about the most basic things that are in the game anyway, breathing, atmosphere and such, and that I don't want to be that simplified. A bit more complexity, please. Anyway, that's carbon dioxide. So I want to put the arc furnace here, because then I can access it more easily. And I don't need that many cables to make this happen. And I can use the heat that it produces to get even hotter gas. Why would I want that? Because the furnace, which is used to make steel, needs a certain temperature to make that happen. Because if you want to smelt stuff, in this game, you don't just have a furnace that you turn on or something. I mean, okay, the arc furnace is an exception. Let's look at the ingots. These basic ingots can just be made with the arc furnace. You can also use the there are two other types of furnaces to make these. But the arc furnace cannot make these or these. You need the basic furnace for these and the advanced furnace for these. And like I said, all of the below can be made with the respective higher up furnace. And to make steel, which we need for a station battery to store a shit ton of electricity, that's really the thing you absolutely want to make. This is like the first true game changer once you are building. This gets you from the beginner stage of your station to the convenience stage, to the first level of convenience. This, like all the other ingots, needs some certain circumstances. Let's look at some of these that can be made with the arc furnace. Iron, for example. You can see it needs a temperature of 800 Kelvin or 527 degrees Celsius. That's the same information in a different unit. I mean, these days, in this day and age, as a person of the Western world should know what Kelvin is. It's a temperature scale starting at absolute zero, where there's no Brownian motion in the molecular or atomic structures of a material or of a gas. And if you heat that up until there's lots of motion, then you reach 273.15 Kelvin, and that will be actually 0 degrees Celsius. So the absolute zero is minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. You should know that, and you will need that later in the game, but currently you don't need that. Also, when you look at the furnace and see its temperature, it will tell you that in Kelvin. So if you just look here, 800K, then, you know, and it also needs a certain pressure. You need a pressure of 100 kilopascal or more, which is nothing. Iron is really the most straightforward thing to make. But let's look at steel, which is the most straightforward thing to make when it comes to no longer completely basic. Then we need, scroll down here, we need 900 Kelvin or more. You can see here there's no upper limit. Basically 100 kilokelvin, you never reach that in this game. Some alloys that you, some ingots, some alloys that you want to make, they have an upper limit. And then you have to aim between these, else you will not get the right stuff out. And the pressure also, 1 megapascal or more. That's how this translates. This high number needs or more. And here we can see what we need. We need some iron, we need some hydrocarbon, which is, you can just mine some coal. And then you have 1 coal and 3 iron, and you toss that in there, and that will be the right mixture. Or you have a full stack of iron, which is 50, and 3 of these, and a full stack of coal. Just the ratio has to be 3/4, 1/4. That's what this means. So it is pretty straightforward. And now it's a lot of knowledge that I'm tossing at you right now. But now you're being exposed to all of that. And if you listen to this again later, or if you do one of the more basic tutorials, which don't have this fast and abstract a pace and a hard planet like this one, then you will already have in your head basically the rooms, and then you can move in with the furniture. That's how I interpret this. You have to expose your brain to some things, and a few days, weeks or months later you expose it again, and you will realize that you can deal with it much more easily. So look at this again and again, and then you will open yourself up to the best gaming experience of your life. I mean, I swear, Stationeers is the best game I've ever played, and I have been a gamer for decades, and I have thousands of games in my library. Okay, so I need some certain heat for that, and VULCAN, I believe, even supplies that. But currently we have the night, and I want to be independent of whether it's day or night, but I don't have stuff to make fuel. The fuel consists of 2/3 volatiles and 1/3 oxygen. That's written somewhere even. I'm not sure where. Let's look at the ingots again. Steel. Is it written up here? Ah yeah, here we can see this. Steel ingots are metal alloy crafted in a furnace by smelting ore iron and ore coal at a ratio of 3:1. It may not be elegant, but ice oxide and ice volatiles can be combined at a ratio of 1:2. 1 oxide, 2 volatiles in a furnace to create the necessary gas mixture for smelting. Why do they say it may not be elegant? Well, one thing is they have some certain style of lingo in these manual descriptions, which are, by the way, not reliable. This one is correct, but some are not. And they have given up on updating these for now, because the game is still in heavy development, and these take a lot of time to review and redact. All of these things down here, they come right from the simulation. What works for the simulation is what is then automatically put in here, so that all of this is truth. This is as true as the simulated reality in which you find yourself. This is undeniable, while this up here is human written. Up here, the text until here. Not this is automatic. This is human written stuff. But this, in this case, is true. So they are saying it may not be elegant because they have they're trying to be funny a bit too much, in my opinion, but okay. But also because the oxide is not pure. It's not, and also the certain amount of moles, you know, but it kind of gets the job done. So you take one of these and two of these, and then you will have the right balance. You can also just take 20 of these and one of these, and you will still have a burning fuel mixture. But in this situation then, the simulation will just take the amount of oxide and the amount of volatiles that are necessary for the burning reaction, and then when that's over, that's over. There's no more oxide, there's lots of volatiles left, so it's very natural, it's very associative. You can just add more oxide, then there will be enough, then this can react again. It's very simple, just if you want to have the ideal mixture, 1 to 2. But there's none of that on this planet. So you can use other means to create the heat, because the furnace doesn't need fuel, it just needs heat. You need heat in there. And one way to do this, for example, is to use a planetary atmosphere, or maybe a pipe heater which uses electricity, or some other means. But you could also use phase change simulation, or you could use an air conditioner. The air conditioner will of course be useful for me to cool down the station atmosphere. Sorry. But I can also use that thing to heat. And the cool thing is, the air conditioner, it is a simulated thing. It has 3 connectors. You will see that when I put that up soon. And one is for the input gas that I want to cool. One is for the output gas. So I can, for example, just put a passive vent on the input side, a passive vent on the output side directly, so it will just be on this. It's like then it's connected. Input and output is connected via the room. It doesn't matter. It's, you know, and then it will vomit out the cooled gas. But where does the heat go? The heat goes into the third pipe, but it doesn't go there in the form of gas. It goes there just in the form of thermal energy. And so you will have an enclosed pipe there, the waste pipe, which will just heat up. But if I want to heat something up with the AC, then what happens is that the, let's say, moderately warm gas of the room, which will then be heated up, will create waste coolant or waste cold, because then thermal energy will just flow from the waste pipe into the room. And this would then be one way for me to create a cool gas. I could, I have never done that like this. A hypothesis I came up with while buying some stuff when I was making up the idea of recording this. I could interchangeably cool and heat with my AC setup to create first some cold gas from creating hot gas for steel smelting, and then when I've done that, I will use the cold gas to create some cooler room atmosphere. So this is the kind of engineering stuff that you can think of in this game. This is the flexibility it has. Anyway, so now we have the arc furnace. Let me just demonstrate how to use that. Has this battery been charged? It has been charged. So you see that our power situation is kind of balanced right now. Gold ore is not so very common, and the ground is rather hard where the gold ore is, so you do well to get a better mining drill at some point. This will also make mining in general much faster. Later you can also build deep miners which will do the mining for you. It's not like they will vomit out what I'm currently mining, which is currently landing in my mining belt here. Instead they will give you what's the word? Dirty ore, I think, which you then have to refine in a centrifuge. There are 2 kinds of centrifuges and so forth. You see, the game is very complex. And then that will spit out the actual stuff, the actual copper, the actual whatever was deep mined there. It is always random, and it depends on the planet or the world's definition, basically, what you will get there. And you will get everything, but you will never get gases, never, on no world. And also the ore will already be degassed. What am I talking about? Well, just like oxide has gases, the frozen stuff, you know, so has iron ore. It has some CO2 and it has lots of pollutant. And so if you smelt that in your room, you will soon realize that your lungs will take damage and you will be coughing, because that's bad for you. So that's something to keep in mind. So when you then smelt that, the gas will come out. It will come into the room. Or when you put that stuff in a centrifuge, then the gas will also come out, and the centrifuge will gas. You can put actually a box around the centrifuge if you wish, or around your arc furnace, for example, and then you will catch those gases. That's even advisable to do on worlds with no atmosphere, because the gases are a rare thing there, so you don't want to lose them if possible. Or on Vulcan, when you want to smelt gold, you will realize suddenly the air is on fire, which might even burn up cables that are nearby and such. One thing, don't lose your station. You can see the compass here at the right bottom. It's currently showing 126 degrees Celsius. No, that's the temperature. It's 140 degrees. And so if I move further away, the further away I am, the less lateral movement will alter the number that I've remembered there in my head. Anyway, that's one way to not lose your station. But there's the beacon, I already mentioned that. So degassing, you can also throw ore into a furnace that's not hot enough to actually melt the ore, but it would still degas the ore. See, if you toss ingots, if you toss ore into a furnace, then these gases will be mixed into the furnace chamber, and so that's something then that you also have to heat, up with whatever you're using as a heat source. So that's something to consider. And also, so you can intentionally degas ore by centrifuging it or by throwing it through the arc furnace. If you throw it through the arc furnace, of course, then it will become an ingot right away. Except, I mean, let's keep the style of complexity up. Except this stuff, uranium, which isn't yet used really for anything, which has a shit ton of pollutant, it doesn't turn into an ingot. It will just stay what it is. It will go through the arc furnace in an instant, and then these 35 moles will be released also in an instant. Anyway, deep mined ore will, even if it's still not yet centrifuged, it will not have any gases. Even the raw stuff will not have any gases. So that's a benefit that you also lose by deep mining. So that's quite the trade-off. Good thing we have the lander over there, because I kind of forgot the direction that I told you to remember. We need a lot of iron. Let's just say this: whenever you go mining and you don't have a particular thing in mind that you want to mine, and you still have some space left, then if you come across iron ore, take it with you. You will need iron, and you will need iron, and you will also need iron. But right now, of course, I need lots of iron to make steel, to print with my 3D printer the walls that I'm missing. Rather dark world, isn't it? We will need copper to make cables, and also many of the recipes that you will have to print in the beginning will need copper and gold and iron. So these are the things that you really want, and also silicon, the plastic stuff, you know? For plastic walls, for glass. And if your mining belt is getting too full, you can just drag some stuff over here. Even if it's ices, they will not melt in your backpack.
Power critical.
Yeah, let's go back. Because if the power goes out, I can't see anything, and then I'm dead in the water. Let's talk about save game. Press F5 to save. There's a key that's not described anywhere, I believe. But anyway, you can just go here in the menu and say quick save has the very same effect. You can also say save as and create a new save game, which I recommend doing every once in a while, but you don't have to be so fervent with this, because you get an automatic save game rotation. When you press F5, every time a new save game will be created. So when you're in the main menu, not in the game, and you say load game, and you're presented with all your save games, then you have a second list shown when you click on a save game, and you can select then an older save game from there, if you wish, an older version. Also, the game has autosave that I've turned off for myself, since I'm changing game versions every once in a while, and loading older worlds for some screenshots or some other things, and I don't want my current world to be overwritten just because I am in there. That's why I've turned this off. This is here in the settings. And F5 is quick save, yeah. And the autosaves, they are also a rotation. I don't know how many, 10, 20 maybe, and then it starts over. So save game wise, you're safe. And these developers, they really care that your worlds will not get broken by updates that they create, but sometimes this inevitably happens. This is an early access game, but it can still load worlds from 150 days ago. And it will warn me then, hey, this world is over blah, many days old, it will probably not work anymore, are you sure? Or you warned now. And see, when phase change was introduced and people were loading up their save games, they were often confronted with, well, explosions, leaking pipes and all of that. So that happens. But, I mean, what's most important really is that this game progresses. And so I want to invite you to invite others to play this game, to buy this game, ideally at full price, because, I mean, I bought the DLC, even the useless ones, just to give them money. Of course, I could buy more versions of the game then to give out to other people, but I don't have generally a high opinion of people, and so since I don't, and also I'm not someone and so forth, let's not go into that, all of that stuff. Anyway, buy the game and get people to buy the game. These developers absolutely deserve it. You can talk to them personally on Discord, and often they will respond to you, and some people were discussing some stuff. I was also in discussion about new starting conditions, and then a developer responded with a whole whole page of text. I made a video about that. Not like, hey, responded to us, but about the stuff that was told. You know, I have some news playlists up and so forth. This is basically primarily a Stationeers channel. So far, I cannot foretell the future. Anyway, so now we have some stuff here. Let's turn this on, drag the iron in there, and then trigger. It doesn't work. We need to turn on the power. This thing consumes like 10 watts when it's on. Right now, of course, it consumes more because it's smelting something. And then it will toss out an iron ingot. You can see here when you point at the activate button that it is counting down the amount of grams that are still remaining to be smelted. I can also deactivate, and you can see an ingot, it will be tossed out with what we have already. If you smelt gold or copper, this will take much longer. This is not that fast. I would like to toss this stuff down, but I don't want this to get lost in the world. After all, our walls are not yet closed. Maybe I shouldn't have dismantled all the thingies yet. Ah, there they are. So I will just put this in here then. And do some more mining. And soon we will realize that not drinking is a painful thing. Direction to remember is 255. Can be remembered because the byte can maximally have a value of 255. Now you see my health is popping up down there because now it's of relevance. You will sometimes see that it is showing up there with 100% and will just not go anywhere, and you're also not expressing, like right now in the form of heavy breathing, that something is wrong. What's up with that? That is when your lungs have taken damage. I don't know why that is more sophisticated by now, because it has been in there like this for a long time. Maybe it's because this game is developed, I mean, they're putting money into this instead of getting money out of this, because it's a niche game. Not many people have bought it, so I can only recommend that you help this extremely important project of Stationeers. And now I will say the usual thing that I also always say, Stationeers will change gaming as we know it, because just like Half-Life and other games introduced us to to mechanics, I would say, not just physics, because this game has physics. Just stacking stuff upon each other, that's rather mechanics, isn't it? And now it's normal and in every game engine, and so it's in most games. We will have atmospherics, you know, gas pressure and the motion of gas and temperature and such in most games in the future. This will happen, mark my word, I promise you that. It is certain, it's a certainty. And the reason why this happens will be the game Stationeers. Because it is a working prototype that will become a bigger and bigger phenomenon until more and more game developers and game studios will pick up on this and realize how awesome it is to have this, and seeing this that this can be done by threading, multi-threading, and processors will support more and more threads, so this will be more and more viable in the future, and so forth and so on. So this will change gaming as we know it. So please help this project by buying it and by getting more people on board. And also, I mean, I'm doing this video mostly because I have fun playing this still after 1500 hours, man. And even starting over, which I'm doing right now, and I haven't yet played this game properly yet after all this time, because I haven't yet built a sophisticated, deep, large station with proper phase change cooling and all of that. I haven't done that yet after all this time, because it is so deep and wide an ocean to play with. Anyway, back to health. If I want to refill my liquid meter right now. So I have some drinking bottle in my hand now. I press right mouse button for a very short time. You see I have 1% now there, and you will hear that my heavy breathing stops and my health will start counting up, because you naturally recover health at some point. Yep, you can see this now. And so if you drink in that situation, you should hit the button for a short moment, because if you hit it for a long moment, now watch what happens to the progress bar, and also down there to the percentage of water. Nothing is happening until I release it, or respectively until it's full. See? So if you're in an emergency situation, you want to hit that for a short moment instead of waiting it out until the progress bar is full. So on easy, you can drink and eat in your helmet, through your helmet, and I want to do that here also, since this playthrough is not just to teach you, but also to show what it would be like to play this hard world on easy. I don't know if this is feasible for beginners. I'm trying to make this work. That is what this is. And if it fails, then it will be an entertaining failure. Let's smelt some copper. Copper will be slow, so I'm not going to smelt all of it. How full is the battery? It's full again. So these 3 wind turbines actually get us far. They always keep us here filled. I will swap again, so I will keep everything topped up. And now let's go to manufacturing. Here's the auto lathe, which was in the construction supplies container, and I will put it here. We will rotate it with the 6 keys above the arrow keys. You can also see that in the tooltip. Okay, is the 6 keys, yes, but here you can only make use of 2 of them. And of course, always the trusty auto rotate key. I don't want to build into the wall, that is just ugly. You can cheese, you can throw stuff through the wall, you can cut wires through the wall, stuff like that. But I know this makes the game feel imperfect, but this will probably change the closer we get to version 1.0. Anyway, it's even if you're trying to cheese, the game will still keep you in a relatively tight cage, so it's not like you're cheesing the whole time. Now, making these many factories is quite some work, but you can have some routine in it, and I will now hopefully demonstrate that. Double click here, double click here. Yep, now it's produced. You saw that can be very fast if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, then it will be slower, but then you will see the tooltips telling you what to do. And see these manufacture. Whoa! I forgot what I was talking to you about. The atmosphere will explode if I see, that's what's happening there when the oxygen is being unleashed, And there's a burning process nearby, which the arc furnace has. Let's look at the atmosphere. Here we have some CO2 and some volatiles. You saw that flashing there for a moment. Why? Because for a moment there was something else going on. Some nitrogen was there also. We can surmise. Gold ore has nitrogen. Yep, it has nitrogen, pollutant, carbon dioxide, and oxygen. So if you're on a world that doesn't have oxygen, you can actually use this to get oxygen. Funny enough, this is one of those worlds, but it also has CO2. I would just use the CO2 for plants, and the plants will create the oxygen by breathing the CO2. Man, that is disturbing. How hot is it here in that moment? Not that hot.
Power low.
So the manufacturers do a lot for you, so it's okay that it takes some time, some effort to build them. And you won't move them all that much. Until you have a very sophisticated large station, then you might actually go and have... you might actually have manufactories then dedicated to print only one thing. There are people who go as far as that. Let's take the iron ingot here and toss it here, when it belongs there. I can also try to click there with something that doesn't belong there. No, this is not. This is an ingot slot. This is not of type import. You can see here that the color is yellow import, and the color is yellow ingot, and the color is green marked wire cutters. These are words taken from the simulation, when the rest of the tooltip is human typed words. And that's also why they're using such abstract language. Type import. This is an import slot to put stuff into. But this import slot is defined in a certain way with certain parameters. And these parameters don't match the thing I'm holding in my hand. And that's why they're saying it's not of type import. So it's a very technical game. You can say that the implementation of the game bleeds through into the gameplay, but you could also just say it is a very sophisticated high-tech game, which is what it is. See, we're breathing away air that goes through these I mean, if I turn off my filtration, that's something I haven't talked about yet, the buttons. Now I've turned off my filters and my air supply and my air conditioning. You will see that my AC now is going up. You can see my air tank is 2707. If I now turn on... Okay, let's wait for a moment. Let's wait until we have reached 50 degrees. You can see what that's like. I can show you all of that. The CO2 will be removed from my suit into the waste tank. If I have something here in this oxygen canister, because you can put in there whatever you want, that doesn't...
Power critical. Temperature high.
That doesn't belong in there. You see here, my lungs are currently slowly taking damage. It's not too bad. The lungs will heal to some degree. Let's turn the AC back on. You can see the temperature is lowering. You can also see, hypothetically, that the oxygen canister... It's not? Oh, interesting. Anyway, let's turn the filter back on. See, the button says what it happens when you click on it. And that's true for all the buttons in Stationeers. They will tell you what they do when you click on them. So let's turn this thing on. Oh, and smelt something more while we're at it. Click the search button, then we can see all the recipes that this thing can manufacture. Later you can upgrade this. There's one upgrade step only, so basically two types of these printers, but this is only one printer. We have 5 or 6 printers in this game. 3 or 4 of them you absolutely need, and all of them can be upgraded, so all of them have 2 stages. The upgraded version has more recipes and uses a bit more electricity, but also produces faster. What we want to produce now is, I want to make more iron walls, so we can just look for wall here, and then we see all the wall types. The white-ish ones use steel. You can tell that by hovering here. This one uses iron, and you can also see that the stuff is not in there because no raw materials are in there yet. You can see contents. There's nothing. So if I would click here to produce the iron walls, that doesn't happen. So let's click on this thing and toss it over yonder. Oh, that didn't work. Normally it does. So now it's in there, you can see the contents listed here and can produce this now, and it uses 1 gram of iron. If we just keep printing and printing and printing, and if I don't want this, I can select a different recipe while the current one, okay, that was bad timing, while the current one is still going on, and then we'll finish that and it will stop producing. A basic tip that every stationer needs to know. I think we have enough iron walls now. We will probably need more iron sheets. The ones that we need to weld into the frames, or the ones that we need to complete these little walls here. Let's toss that over yonder. It's very dirty in here. We don't have lighting yet. The floors look like a construction site. You can cover those up with nice decorative walls. How much iron sheets do we have? Oh, well, we have a good amount of iron sheets. I will just produce the rest of that here. And then we want to smelt some more stuff. You can hear this little tweety sound here. The low sound. This means that this thing is currently being discharged. The battery is being discharged. If I turn this off, and this also, then the consumption is lower than the power that's coming in. Depending on wind, I could also leave this thing on, that would still be the case, because you know, it's all very dynamic. You know, it's a simulation. Are we already having fun? Are we already having some interest in this super complex, awesome game that is higher in simulation level than anything you've ever seen before? I mean, I'm not talking about Dwarf Fortress, of course, but a real-time first-person simulation. I mean, this is an engineering action game. This doesn't exist, man. Well, now it does, thanks to Rocketworks. So, give them what they're owed. They are giving mankind something new, and this is opening a portal through which other games will walk, like Nabakula Drop, or whatever the pronunciation is of that game that some students made, where you have portals through which you can go. This was a non-Euclidean game where you can go into different places through a door that you can see the other space right there, and you can just walk through. And then Valve saw that, and they hired the entire team, and that's then what resulted in the game Portal and Portal 2. And that's what happened. And so this game is creating something, a prototype basically, even though can we call this a prototype? It's a fully fledged game, even though it doesn't have missions yet. It's all emergent gameplay only so far. That shows us what's possible on that front, and this will open a portal to a gaming future that I keep gushing about, because it is just, man, it's the dream. Okay, let's dream a bit about this for a moment. I know I keep doing this, but I said this for beginners, so if you have seen my other videos, and well, your fault if you watch this again, right? So Half-Life gave us basically these physics stuff, at least in my mind. Maybe that's not accurate, because at some point, for example, you had to stack stuff up to get to a higher place, or to cause some counterweight on some board so you can walk up a high ledge that would otherwise be too high. That introduced us to how cool that could be, and in this way we can see in this game how cool atmospherics can be, and then other games will come along and show us what I will now describe to you, because it doesn't exist yet. For example, when you get a sense of smell, when in Deus Ex, for example, you crawl around in the sewers and you step in the water, and then the water step sound is played, then you will know you're in deep shit, because then you will start to stink instead of just attaining a little bit of that whiff from down there. And then when you're back up there, hiding behind a dumpster, maybe people won't say a thing. But when you're hiding in a different place, when they don't expect there to be a stench, then they would think, dude, what's smelling? And they might actually walk around and seek you out because they are just curious. That would be a new gameplay, worldwide gameplay element that I'm talking about here. I'm talking about, I mean, these days, a sophisticated third NPC simulation will have NPCs being confused about, oh, what's this? This door's open, this should be closed. I wonder what's going on here. Well, now I'm slightly irritated and will walk around with slightly elevated intent and awareness. That's already happening, but that's an entirely new dimension, or an entirely new facet of that. Then maybe if you walk into the bank in Mankind Divided, they might say, dude, you don't get in here smelling like, stinking like a fucking a bum who lives in the sewers or something. Or you might be able to smell yourself. I mean, not yourself, but yeah, that's the thing. Maybe you smell the guard smoking around the corner without having to see them, but you only smell that when you yourself are not numbing your own sense of smell by stinking like a sewer rat. All of that is a possibility. And it's easy. It's easy to implement. Because you could just say the radius of the person smelling this much is this high, therefore my reaction to it will be this high. You don't actually have to do a full-fledged atmospheric simulation every place. But the ideas, man, that's what this game inspires. Or a detective game where you say, well, this seat is still warm, so someone has been sitting here. Or in Splinter Cell, you have infrared perception, which for whatever fucked up reason you don't yet have in this game, even though there are already some sensor glasses, so you can see pipes and cables through the wall. And can see the ores actually through the soil and can say, okay, I will dig here because there's gold here. There's no infrared perception, even though we have actual heat simulation here. That's completely weird, man. But this is something then, this will come to other games. And this game opens us up to that. And so you should do your part financing this new world that is coming by helping financing this portal, while at the same time financing the best gaming purchase choice that you have made ever. I mean, this game racks up more hours than Skyrim. Gush ends here. We need some silicon because I need to make some glass, and glass needs 2 silicon each. So, oh, by the way, the tools also need battery. Ah, there's the white stuff. The ore density on Vulcan is very high, so it's actually a fun world because you don't have to do so much mining grinding. The mining is really a grind, dude, but you can, of course, overcome this by having a faster mining drill, by doing more sophisticated mining, where like you make more extensive mining runs, maybe you have some audiobook or some YouTube video running in the background. Or maybe I've also done this play for Stationeers by having some show running in the corner that is not too sophisticated. For example, currently I'm watching the mayor of Kingston or Kingstown, which is a sophisticated show, so I would not want to watch that in a little corner there. But other games, other shows. Anyway, and then you can have deep miners which do the mining for you. And of course you will have some kind of break-even point where you will not have to build so many things just to have your proper station. But you might want to build many things and so forth. You have just seen that the stack, when it's full, then it will fall to the ground, but it can just drag the stack to a different slot. And I dragged the thing from the ground, which was like 4 or so, into an empty slot, and then I dragged a full stack onto that half-empty stack, and so the stack became full, but the slot from which I dragged then still had the 4 that didn't fit. Damn. You can also pick up with a mining drill. That's convenient. While you have the mining drill out, the hitboxes that you can use with the mouse pointer, left alt key, are a bit weird. They sometimes don't work. So if you're wondering, that's the reason. Just flip to the other hand, which doesn't hold the mining drill, or I don't know. Oh, where's the station? Again, I heartily recommend that you move the 80% already. Wow, the jetpack, the J key to shift. Oh, I forgot to smelt that. Well, let's forget about it. Let's do this instead, because I have enough iron for the time being. We also need the other manufactories. We need, for example, the Electrum. Let's look at the manufactories. Homepage, Fabricators. Here we have the advanced packaging machine, currently not of interest and I rarely ever build it, so let's not talk about it now. Autolathe came with the lander, most basic thing. If you are ever without an autolathe in your entire game world, then you can stop playing because the thing is irreplaceable. You can make a new one, but only with the autolathe. You can make the other printers, all of them with the autolathe. The upgrade to the manufactories, you make that with the electronics printer. So you first make the upgrade for the electronics printer with the electronics printer, then you upgrade the electronics printer, then you can print the upgrades for the other manufactories. I don't know if all of them can be upgraded. I only know that about the autolathe, electronics printer, hydraulic pipe bender, and tool manufactory. What you need definitely is the electronics printer for cables, for example the heavy cables, which we will absolutely need, for the station battery, which we absolutely need, and the hydraulic pipe bender is for pipes, for passive vents, active vents, for all the atmospheric things that you will need. The tool manufacturers for screwdriver and such, which you already have, so you don't quite need that. But you need, for example, a better mining belt and a heavy mining backpack and such. You definitely want the tool manufacturer, but not right now. First I want to make the hydraulic pipe bender. Oh, the Atmos... Okay, it doesn't have that. Okay, bender then. Bender. Hydraulic pipe bender. Iron, gold, copper. So this thing is relatively expensive, obviously. And that's still not enough. We need more iron. Then we need 2 hands. And now we can make this thing. Oh, not yet. Oh, wow. Okay. Now we need to make sure that we have enough power here. Obviously we have. This thing is not being discharged, even though this thing is on and currently consumes 100 watts wastefully. Don't forget to click to the left or right, because you don't want to accidentally waste your resources by printing things of the profound kind too much. I don't need many hydraulic pipe benders right now. So where will I place this thing? On the right here seems a bit too narrow. Narrow, is that the term? Too tight. Let's see. Okay, that was very tight, but it would get the job done. Yeah, let's place it there. And then I can print the electronics printer on this side, which means that I should place the cable differently, which I shouldn't do while this thing's producing. Then I would waste the entire production. That is what we're printing. Here, the resources do not get lost, ever. This thing does not lose resources, under no circumstances except one. Some things that you manufacture only need 0.5 of something. So if you end up having like 0.5 of copper in here, like 10.5, and then you flip this lever, which will toss out all the resources while this thing is not currently producing something, and you can abort the process by switching this off or flipping the lever back, then you will get out only the 10 copper and not the 10.5 copper. So that's the only possible way for this thing to lose your resources other than just overprinting. Yeah, so we have this now. So I can make the glass, so I can close up the station. The station will still leak through the open door, so that's not a problem. Since this battery, okay, 94, Gonna drop some things that I don't quite need. Why is the ore rolling around here? That's unsophisticated, man. Put it here. Or rather... Oh, see, you can click on the ore, can split one, which will be split into your hand, or if your hand would be full, it would be split into the world. That will become important later. Or you can just drag stacks onto each other. That's for stacking. This is for splitting. You can say split half, then you will remove half of that. Yep. So how far are we then? 88%. when you're tampering with cable networks, even when you're not cutting this, it might be that the cable network will experience a slight shock, which might actually interrupt your production process. So there's something to keep in mind when you're doing larger productions like this one. Aha, it's done. I want to place the other manufactory close by, that's why I'm doing it like this. Oh, I can... yeah, let's do this, why not? And let's place the hydraulic pipe bender, which looks just the same, to the right of it. So this would produce out of the station, this probably also, this would work, and this would also work. I will choose this one, because the things that are produced with this will be pipes, and they're more voluminous, and it will feel better to stack this box, this virtual box here full instead of... yeah. The other the other introduction videos that I have are not as talky as this one. I mean, I have been doing this for a long time, and like a stock trader who just loves what they're doing so much that they will teach others to do it. See, it's not always about I want to make money and I will tell you that because I'm not a success, but maybe you have more luck, or I lure you into that whole process. That's what people always say. Why is this guy talking about this instead of trading himself? Well, how much cash he can put in there? How much time can you put in there? Maybe you just want to I mean, maybe you just love what you're doing, and so you love talking about it. And one of the most meaningful ways you can talk about a thing that is complicated enough to teach people about it, like this, for example, is to teach it. So that's why I talk so much about it, why I teach so much. So I have many teaching videos, some very short ones, some compressed ones, some cut, some hyper turbo cut ones, some which are long. I have one, for example, is 7.5 hours long, a moon introduction, one straight session. Yeah, this is how stable this game is. And no, it's not just an early access game that is this stable. This is even the beta version on which I'm playing that is this stable. And which game has a beta version that is so stable? And this game is even early access. That is Rocketworks. That is the quality of that developer team. So maybe you want to give them the money that they are worth. Help finance the team. Help finance this game. Pay for the game that will give you this much fun, and pay for the game that will change gaming as we know it. I promise it will. I actually know that this will happen. Okay? This is knowledge. I know you cannot agree to such a statement, because how would a human know that? But let's not go into that. I know it will happen. And I know it will be Stationeers. Anyway, now we have the hydraulic pipe bender. I also want to make the electronics bender, but first we need glass. Glass. Now you will see what happens when there's not enough space. Things will be squeezed, and now we can see what Half-Life did for us, or all those old games, that we have these physics simulations now in our gaming engines. So such a thing as super sophisticated as that didn't have to be developed again by Rocketworks. They can just use the simulation built into well, into the Unreal... Wait, this is not Unreal, this is the infamous Unity engine. Infamous for two reasons. One, what the fuck kind of stunt were they trying to pull there half a year ago, when they hired that super commercial guy that he would, whenever he's hired to a company, would try to make them do shitty moves like... I heard that, I didn't read that up on that, but I keep hearing it, that this guy actually tried to make happen that some companies charge the players real money for the ammunition that they shoot in their shooter. Dude, fuck. And then he said, well, how about retroactively charging money for games that are sold that are on the for every installation made on the Unreal and on the Unity engine. This is the Unity engine. So they would have to track the installations that are being made, and then if this game gets installed and uninstalled much, they would still call as count as an installation. So if from that point forth the developers and the game update the engine to a newer version, which of course people would do, maybe there are some security flaws, maybe there's faster simulation, maybe there's a hard crash bug that will be fixed and so forth, then they would have to put up with that new policy, and they wanted to do that. They actually wanted to do that. That is why I call this engine the infamous Unity engine. That is one of the reasons that people should not use this engine when they develop games. They have hence stopped doing that, but they pulled this asshole move, and so they are actually willing to do such a thing, and so people should not expose themselves to that landmine of a company and of an engine. Maybe they will never do such a thing again. Okay, I mean, people will keep using and implementing games on this engine. It's not like my words stop this from happening, but these words are justified, as you have just heard. And also other reasons, for example, the user interface tools that they have are very hard to work with. I keep hearing from the Rocketworks team, but enough of that. Anyway, the engine otherwise is very good. I mean, I was saying that. The Unity engine is great. But you can also tell often when a game has been made in the Unity engine, because if this is a 2D top-down game, I mean 2D-ish, still 3D objects and so forth, you can often tell there's lots of colorful lighting there. Green light here, red light there, then mixing it over and so forth. And when I look at that, I see, Unity engine, I knew it. I think that's kind of typical. I don't know why. It must be part of the Unity workflow that they kind of effectively motivate you to do that, or maybe maybe it's so easy for you to implement that you can see, oh man, this is beautiful, and suddenly you have a beautiful game, suddenly you have a beautiful engine implementation, and so you kind of keep that, and your game design then emergently keeps developing from there, and so, yeah, whatever. Let's close up the station and print some more, because we need also the electronics printer. Lowest scum, really. I mean, this game, this guy would have, I mean, do you know how many games there are on the Unity engine out there? And also, once one company does that and it works, I mean, just look at Adobe, the dog shit that they pull. I'm at work, I'm using Adobe Photoshop, what's the term? There's a smaller version of that. Stupidly, I don't know that yet. Know that right now, what the term was again. And that is a version that you indeed pay one time. It's a 100 euros or 80 or so. And then it has many of the tools that Photoshop, the full version, has. And so I can cope. I mean, I'm a sophisticated Photoshop user, and I would also use automatisms, which I believe the light version that I'm using there doesn't have. So I'm missing those, but I can do most of the things. So if you need that at work, you don't need the full version, for which you have to constantly fucking pay. You have to shell out, like, I don't know, a few hundred euros at least per year to use that. And someone made that kind of model popular, and then more and more companies did that. Now imagine the Unity engine would do this, and that would kind of turn out to work, and then other companies would start doing that also. That would be a catastrophe, man. And this would hurt the entire world of gaming, or at least the entire world of all the games that are on the Unity engine. And that's, I mean, gaming, I mean, it's not like gaming is a luxury good that we don't need. We only need shelter, water, a place to shit, and something to eat and drink, and someone to fuck, so that we can create more people on this underpopulated planet. No, we need whatever we fucking want. I mean, see, gaming is... What can I say? Let's not go into that deep philosophy stuff again. Let's just say gaming belongs into life. It does. I mean, it's luxury, of course, it is. But it's not something that can as well not be there. It is to be there, period. I mean, when we're in the real world and we're not currently suffering the situation, then we're kind of playing the game of life. Hey, I don't yet have the level for using that vehicle there. Oh, you know what? Let's go through this tutorial here and then do the training ground and then rack up the score, and then I will get the level, and then I get this. Then I have the skill driver's license. I mean, that's how you can look at this. The life can be looked at like it is a game, and in part, of course. I mean, people who don't have money, who don't have shelter, poor people who don't have food. I mean, hungering to death, one of the worst things that can ever happen to you. When chemistry itself, when the cosmos is screaming at you on cellular level, eat something, motherfucker! That's what it's doing. It's one of the worst deaths, and there are millions and millions of people dying in the world because they don't have food. Partly because they can't grow it, partly because we don't have the resources in the world to give it to them. Even though idiots will keep telling you that we have enough resources, that we can just deliver there. Dude, you keep making that argument for 30-40 years now. If delivery is the problem, then that should have been solved by now. And if it is the problem, but for whatever reason it doesn't get solved long term, then I guess what I'm saying is actually what's right, that we don't have enough stuff. Okay? I mean, overall maybe we do, but in principle they don't have enough stuff. But why would you create a human being in a situation when you know there will be suffering? You should only create a new human being when you know that their life will kind of make sense. And so I mean, as much as I pity those people, and they shouldn't be in the situation they're in, I also call someone who would create a new human being in such a situation and therefore cast them into hell, I would call them evil. Because that is what that is. If you create a new human being in a situation when you know they will suffer, when they have a low chance of survival, when they will suffer, then you are evil. There are no two ways about that. And I have no clue how I got there from playing this game here. Okay, is the station closed up properly? Let's do the crowbar trick.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, I'm a very political guy, but I don't talk about that much. I've also come to the conclusion that everything is politics these days. I don't mean that as some kind of lament, as some kind of hyperbole, but I mean that. I'm talking about world mechanics here. Because the world has grown so intimately together that everything affects everything on some level, and we have grown up to understand this. I mean, not everybody, but in principle. And so we consider that in our decision making and also in our accusation making and so forth. So everything is politics in a way. Oopsie. Wrong. Don't know why that happened. There are some bugs still in the game. Sometimes you lose stuff. That usually happens related to some interactions I did before, and then sometimes even half a minute later something might drop to the ground. That has happened. I have it on video, and the devs don't know what the reason is, and we haven't yet found a way to show them, hey, this is the test case and so forth, and that's why it's not yet fixed. Should we make the two manufacturing when we're at it? I would say yes. Interesting, the tool manufacturer doesn't seem to use all that many resources. I mean, it doesn't need gold apparently. Interesting, I never realized this. So let's look at this station then. Did I look at the upside already? I think so. Let's look at the inner walls then. Okay, we could close this up now, we could evacuate this now, but we will not have oxygen then. We could of course just pump in some atmosphere from the outside, but then why would we evacuate? Well, for example, maybe we want to pump in something very particular instead of everything. And that is a good idea, yes. For example, CO2, which we can then use for the plants. Ah, shit. Yeah, I have quite a few problems still to solve before the survival, man. Let's make... Oh, this thing's too busy. I wanted to make the furnace also. And I'm thinking about making a room inside of my station that will just get hotter and hotter, that I can enter with my super spacesuit. This is not the simple spacesuit, this is the advanced one. And that will be so hot that even during the night the furnace will have enough environmental heat so that I can make steel. So I can enter this room. I would either need a manual hatch and be very quick about it, which is one way to do it, or I make another airlock. Since I don't have the resources right now, I mean, I could print the other airlock, yes I could, but I think I would be more flexible if I do the same thing that I did on Europa by creating a 3-door situation. Let's see, I know I'm moving around a lot, but I mean, I have to survive to play this, talk about it and think about it, strategize all at the same time. So if that's not pleasant for you to behold, then I'm sorry, that's the way it is. And the field of view, yes, it has to be this high because my effective screen size is high. That is how this works, it's objective, and that's all I say about that. Yep, that is good. As you can see, we need to make cables. Oh, don't I have any more sheets? There are different degrees of the air being on fire. This is not yet the degree that we should really worry about. There, now I have all the 4 basic manufactories. The tool thing is kind of optional, but these 3 you absolutely need. The electronics printer, the auto lathe, which comes with your lander, and the hydraulic pipe bender. Again, that's these. Auto lathe, electronics printer, hydraulic pipe bender. Dab, 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 and dab. $87. Now with the resources that we have, I can actually create more electricity. I will make 3 more wind turbines, even though that seems unnecessary. But I want to have a good foundation. Iron, gold, copper. So iron, gold is currently being smelted. And copper. Maybe I should have 2 arc furnaces to be able to smelt faster, huh? I'm not sure how to proceed. Let's investigate the amount of food that we have left. Do I even have food somewhere? Man, I can't see anything. Survival supplies. That seems like food sources and such. Oh yes, there's lots of stuff here. 4 water bottles, cereal bar. Do we have a water canister? I think so. Water tank, I mean. Yep. So we can... I want to mine some more, particularly gold and copper, which we will need a lot of. Man, this is a ridiculous station I'm building. Since I will keep losing track what I'm doing, I will build a few reminders in here. So this will be the output, and I will some chutes in there. This will toss that into my station here. There would then also be the furnace, whose pipes can go to the right, and to the outside will be insulated pipes. Can I use it like this? Tricky. I should make a bigger room for this. I realize I need to expand the station rather profoundly. That's bad. Alright, let's do it. It has to be done. Do we have some frames? Some iron frames still? 9. How wide is the station? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, okay, that's the wrong direction. Losing orientation here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, indeed. Okay. No, that was unnecessary. It was power low, not
Power low.
power critical. This one was wrong. Yeah, I talked to the developers, for example, to Dean Hall, who is the boss there, is the king of Rocketworks, a few times about mouse smoothing, and one time he talked to me about it. He said, yeah, there's such a mechanism even in there somewhere, but it hasn't been utilized yet. And so I cannot give you what Minecraft has been having for many years now with F7 or F8 or something. You can get a very smooth mouse, a very kinematic camera, which is very helpful, of course, when you're playing a game that is not such an action game, not so fast. And like this game, for example, is also not very fast. It's not a Twitch shooter. But when I make a video and explain things to you, it would be nice if the camera would be slowly moving to a place. Also, when I move my mouse pointer far, I mean, this wouldn't necessarily move the inert, slowed down camera very fast. So it would accelerate quickly and it would slow down again. In other words, what I'm saying here is that you would be able to tell from the motion, from the animation that's happening there, where the mouse will be going, because it would be going this quickly.
Power critical.
So it would even allow you the power of prediction, which would make it more easy to digest. But sadly, they haven't put that in yet, and I hope they will fucking do that at some point. So 6, we need more iron walls. Will 8 be enough? I don't know. Oh. Damn. That wouldn't work. Yeah, you see there's some more wind turbines. Are not the dumbest idea I've ever had. Smelt the red. Do we have some more copper, maybe? We do. Let's smelt that first. There are more focused playthroughs that I have. For example, when I do cutting, then I prepare what I'm saying somewhat, and so I will not hem and haw the whole time. And you will also have some focused flow, like first we're doing this, first then we're doing that. I just wanted to do this thing also. A Vulcan beginner playthrough. Ridiculous. I don't know. Maybe. Oh no, we need to print more. No, we don't. You will already see. You can already see here that if you want to expand your station, then you have to consider the atmosphere that will be on both sides. The pressure will be lowered by you opening the walls, for example. Or maybe the volatiles from here go in there, and then we get the burnable mixture, and then the whole station will be on fire. And so forth. Oh. So what you can do, for example, you can just evacuate this part of the station, this new part, before you open this up. Then you will still have the lowering of pressure. What you could also do on Europa, for example,
Waste tank caution.
is oh, right. I should do something very, very important right now. Where is my hydraulic pipe bender? There. I need iron right now. I don't have iron right now. Therefore, let's just eject it. That's what an ejaculation looks like for a manufactory. I don't have iron here though. Okay, let's make some then. Because I want to make a canister. Here, the waste tank. See, these canisters also have a maximum pressure. The Stationpedia will tell you it's 10 megapascals. There are also advanced canisters which can take up to 20 megapascals. But we talked about volume versus pressure earlier. The volume that they have is the same. So if you want to put up something, if you want to put some stuff in there that is based on a pressure limit, then having something, then having an advanced that was wrong. Then having an advanced canister will not actually help you there, because the maximum pressure is still the maximum pressure. If I put in this and this amount of moles, then whether I use the advanced canister or the simple canister, the pressure will be the same. This and this amount of moles will have that and that amount of pressure, because the volume is the same. And oh, the electronics printer. What am I doing? Talking too much, huh? But the spacesuit's waste tank can only fill up to a pressure, C is a pressure limit, of maximum... What the fuck am I doing? Now I've done everything but the right thing. But now you see how to cope with that. So I need another canister to replace my waste canister here, because at some point it's going to be full, even though there's still megapascals, 4 megapascals left until it would actually be full. This is not necessary. I could just click here and open it. This would then equalize its pressure with the atmosphere, and since the thing is in my spacesuit or in my inventory, oh no, only in my spacesuit, I'm not sure really, it would also automatically close again. On some circumstances it would stay open, I think when it's in the world. Maybe it will close every time you pick it up. You can also close it, of course, with the button here. This would click it open, and then I would click it close again. But I don't want to lose the gases. There's lots of oxygen in there. This gas still exists. It's hot, yes, but it exists, and I don't want to waste it. So that's why I want to keep that around. So if once this thing's full, I will just quickly swap this out, and then we're fine. Okay, let's smelt some more stuff. Copper. And can we make the wind turbine already? Upright wind turbine. We need copper for this. We have copper for this. How many can we make with the resources currently therein? Basically 3 regarding iron. I wanted to make 3. Oh shit. There's an oh shit moment. Maybe I should keep some flares on me, because these things you can they cast some light, and they also heat, and I heard recently that they also excrete pollutant now. I've never heard that before. I've tested this sufficiently. They don't excrete pollutant, but maybe that has changed recently. That's possible. Oh, that was Scheißendreck. And they will. Okay, if you're on Europa and you want to expand your station, you can just. You don't have to pump this out. There will be oxygen in this part of the station. It will be super cold though, and then you can toss down these guys. Let's toss one down just for fun. Oh, it's in my hand. If your hands are full, it will fall down instead. So if I don't have a light source, my flashlight and so forth, I can just do this. So if I can't find the airlock, I can do that. Until it has burned out. Hey, maybe we can see whether this thing is actually excreting some. Yeah, we can find out. I could do this, and then we see if something changes. Do we get any gases on any front? Apparently not, so maybe that was false information given by that guy in the chat. They don't seem to excrete anything, but of course heat. You can see 152, 153. The temperature is rising quickly. Ah, wait. So let's make the upright wind turbine, and we have enough gold to make 3. The only thing we need more is iron. I will now use a little trick. Wait, okay, that was not what I wanted to do, but okay, it gets the job done also. I wanted to interrupt this, but not twice, only once. because then there will be enough resources in there to print 3, and then the thing has no choice but to stop. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's gonna work. We can already put the cables down. Once we have the cables, cables can also be printed with the auto lathe, because it can print the most basic things for you. It can even print pipes. For that we of course need copper. We have some. It's much slower though. Might also need more electricity. I don't know that. Smelty.
Power low.
Yeah, lots of things that we have to concern ourselves with, huh? But keep in mind, like I keep saying, this is Vulcan. This is a very sophisticated world, basically a hardcore world, which is not for beginners. It's not that hard. Please watch the other tutorials if this is too much for you. Haha. See, it made sense to place them like this. Well, we definitely need more cables, so let this thing print, whatever. Hey, what's going on? Ah, still printing. Okay, I thought it had stopped. On the moon, you can almost not hear anything because there's no atmosphere. And when you're welding something with your welding torch, which, like I said, excretes some atmosphere, then you will hear something because there will be gas there. So you can surmise once we have our station and we can breathe in there, we open the helmet, then we hear clearly, then we hear all the nice sounds the game has to offer. So now we're getting much more electricity in here. That's good. This one, let's charge this one to full capacity, so my welding torch is up to snuffs again. This one is still printing that. These are the cables that we can currently muster with the copper that we have. So I need to go mining again. And I should print actually the furnace.
Power critical.
No, that's the arc furnace. Furnace. And it takes lots of iron and some copper actually. We have some copper left in here, which I will use for this. $92. 93. Come on. You know you want to. What's happening? Sometimes the tooltip doesn't update. I mean, I have seen this. I've seen it jump from 2 to 4, even though it was a slow count, so that was not a game tick question. I've seen that. Let me just take a short break. Save. Oh yeah. On we go. Kid Iron War. So I would put the... I would be able to access this. The furnace will be here. Access this from here. Will this be my entrance room? Okay, some storage here. No, I'm thinking out loud regarding what the furnace, where the furnace shall be. Here will be the furnace. I want to be able to operate it. I want some space to the side, maybe to both sides. I have to come in somewhere. Here's the furnace. Here is where I am myself. Want to be able to walk around. Need to be able to get into the room, so that would be here in this corner box. So I will have a door here. Let's close this up. If you look closely, then you can see that there are vertical, there are stripes in the glass, and these stripes are vertical here, but here they're horizontal. That's because I accidentally rotated the thingies while placing the build ghost. That easily happens with these, and sadly there is no way at all to tell whether you're about to do that, which is pretty shitty, if I may say so. That's one of the things we have complained about often. But I must say, for those who are new to this, like I say, the Rocket Works team is awesome. I love them, and I mean that. When I say love, this is what that is. I know what love is, and when I say I love, I mean it. I love them. So, but I mean, I'm not a fanboy. When something's good, I would say it's good, and I love them because what they're doing is good. But when there's something to be criticized, then I criticize that. Else, that what good is the love? Maybe for cosmetic reasons I would want to turn that around. No, I don't wanna. I will leave it like this. Or do I? Yeah, I turned it. Okay, whatever. Making up my mind as I go. Usually happens off screen. When I say usual, I mean the many cut playthroughs that I've done recently, or cut tutorials, but my first videos, all of them were real-time stuff. Okay, can I walk past this thing? Yes, I can still, so we're fine.
Hunger critical.
What are the batteries doing? It's dizzying, isn't it? If this works with the steel smelting indoors just because I have a hot room, then this will be the coolest Vulcan playthrough I've ever done. So even if it's shitty as a teaching video, it will be good for that, on that front. Here will be 2 doors, 3 actually, I realize. 3? Wait. Here's the box with the doors. Yeah, an emergency door. I want to have that. Where will I put this? Here. On Europa, it makes sense to have such an emergency door in case of overpressurization, because you can just open the door. It's just oxygen out there, and if it's too hot, you just open the door a bit and not a problem. But here we will have big bad Vulcan atmosphere. Let's talk about that for a moment. So, we can see there's very little nitrogen here. Is that actually in the atmosphere? No, it's not. We have lots of CO2 in here, lots of pollutant in here, and tons of volatiles. So once we have a good oxygen source, in other words a greenhouse with lots of plants that convert CO2 to oxygen, we will have lots of oxygen, so we will be able to produce fuel in abundance. And we can actually lure down some traders. I mean, we can contact them via radio, and then they will land and sell fuel canisters to them, or fuel in bulk and stuff like that. And then we get money with which we can buy other stuff. Sorry. And I intend to pump into the station an atmosphere that will be purely CO2. I will do that relatively as soon as possible. Why am I doing this wall? Oh, right, wrong side. Because then if I ever come into a situation that I have to open the outer door in case of pressure and heat relief of this hot section of my station, then I need 2 iron sheets and 2... oh, there they are. Then this will not explode in my face, because there will not be a mixture of oxygen. CO2 is harmless. Okay. Now 3 doors, please. Copper! Yep, I need to go mining. 3 of them. Oh. It needs 7 grams of iron.
Power low.
Man. That was bad timing. That was also bad timing. Now I might as well just stay here. So battery's full. Okay, you go into the welder. Then this can be charged again. In a few moments we will have to eat through the helmet. That's really an important distinction, because if you need a box to breathe in, obviously what I'm doing here is insufficient for me being able to survive. I want to control them manually, so we'll use a manual hatch. Also, it will look cool to have this kind of, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this looks like a door for a room that is dangerous, huh? And it will be dangerous. What's also dangerous is this.
Damage.
So I will now reload the game.
Temperature critical.
Do I still have my thing on me? No, I don't. I just want to demonstrate. I will reload. This was intentional, okay? So is this fair if I do this? You can also release this earlier in hopes that this will possibly have some relieving effects on your leaking.
Oxygen low. Waste tank critical. Temperature high.
Yeah, lots of things going on.
Critical.
Pause. Yeah, using the opportunity to show you the loading thing. Load world. Here you can see the list of games. Mine's pretty long. I must have like 20-30 gigabytes of save games here easily. VULCAN, Crazy Beginner Intro. Now we see the entire save history. I didn't save so often and I have autosave off. That would be a different name here if it's an autosave. And then when you click, you can see the parameters on the left side. This is my local time, German time right now, summertime. UTC +2 right now. If you don't know what UTC, Universal Coordinated Time is, then please learn it. Time zones are not so hard. I mean, we're getting... I keep getting having to deal with software made by large companies. For example, we have a system that we sell, and you can set the time for your user, but you cannot define the time zone. You can only define the time offset. I mean, what the fuck are these people smoking? Do they not understand the difference? The time offset depends on the time zone. I mean, in summertime, my offset will be different than in wintertime. You can't define an offset. You have to define the time zone, man. God damn it. And it's easy. Everything is in libraries these days. Anyway, so load. Oh, and I have to remember to change the world time again, because that does not save. Pressing escape right now. Pressing F. Now we're paused, you know. And up arrow gives me the previous commands to some degree. And here we go. Oh, while we're at this, let's calculate with precision what the actual factor is. I know you cannot see this. I'm currently opening the calculator, Windows calculator. Where is the time scale? Ah, there, up there. We can see it. Time scale. So we have 0.002. Oh, I'm in the programming mode. Scientific. 0.00419348483870968. Which for whatever reason is not the number that I wanted, but let's just say 1 divided by no, wait, huh? Ah, shit, that's wrong. I don't know why I missed that. And of course, this part of the video has to be completely shitty instead of just having to be slightly shitty. But I will stick with this. Okay, let me pause this. Okay, I'm back, and the factor of time is not 20. Usually we have 20 minutes, but since I slowed the world time, we now have a factor of 24.193 and so forth. Let's multiply that by 20. Then we get 483 minutes divided by 60. So we have 8 hours dot 0645. That's the time for duration of. Yep. And that's indeed something I recommend for a playthrough. There's one thing you have to consider though. The plants, they have a 20-minute day cycle, and this doesn't change because of this. And let's look at the plants for a moment. Organics and food. Here you can see the various plants that we have. I believe I do have plants here actually. Which plants do I have? Where is that stuff? Here, the green box. Man, it's full in here. That's what she said. So here we have switchgrass. We don't even have any food source here. At least we have a grow light. But we don't have a food source.
Power critical.
Oh, that's a problem. Because this means that to get some more food, we have to find someone who trades the respective seeds or flat out food to us. So we have to build the trading platform also. But that's not for now. Here we have various plants. Some even create or some even cool down the room. But this is only for creative, and some produce a shit ton of oxygen with they have a stronger conversion. Here we have switchgrass, and I believe the purpose of switchgrass, let's see here, it breathes in this amount of moles CO2 per hour and breathes out this amount of oxygen, so it's the same amount, carbon dioxide to oxygen converter. Now let's look at the most common food that I will also try to get by trading, potatoes. You can see the amount is the same. So why didn't they give us food? So that the game is harder and we need the trading platform? Maybe. I mean, on the moon you start with potatoes, no problem. Yes and no. We start with switchgrass, I believe, because it has such a ginormous yield. Where's the switchgrass? Here. Toxic gases, water usage, min grow temperature, max grow temperature, all of these parameters you have to consider. Now this seems like it's crazy, but let's say you have a room in which you can breathe. We have 20 to 30 degrees maybe, and we have some oxygen in there, and since we're breathing there we also have some CO2. Let's make it a bit more CO2, let's say 10%. 1% is enough for the plants. Then the plants are fine. You just need water and this air pressure, and an air pressure of like 50 or more kilopascals so that they're fine. Less is also okay, but they will not grow fine, they will not grow well then. But I'm saying you just need a box in which you can breathe with a little bit of excess carbon dioxide. Then the plants, as long as they have water, and that's easy, just stuff the water canister in and forget about it for the rest of your playthrough, because the water that they need is basically none, then you don't have to worry about them anymore, except for one thing: light. And that brings us back to the duration of day that I've set here in my playthrough. See, here it says light per day 10 minutes. So if the switchgrass that I have here, should grow properly, we need 10 minutes of light per day and 5 minutes of darkness per day. What does day mean? Day means 20 minutes, even if I change my day duration. And later this will be adjustable. In Stationeers you will be able to officially change the duration. I don't know how this will affect this, and this is maybe the reason that the developers haven't yet gone through switching the supposedly hidden slider that someone supposedly has found in the world selection screen when you start a new game to visible, because there's still this question that they have to answer. Would the plant cycle also change? You know? Anyway, see, there's something to consider. The plants... Okay.
Exosphere, the dark side of Synthera.
The plants supposedly only grow really when they are exposed to light. The grow light type that I have here in my box, in my grow light, in my hydroponics box, and also the sun or the accretion disk of the black hole, that counts as light, nothing else counts. And only then supposedly they grow, meaning that if the day cycle would suddenly be like 2 hours, you could give them a super long blast of grow light basically, or sunlight, the whole time, and you would have a much higher yield. So that would have game balancing issues. So lots of questions are connected to the question of the duration of day. So we could just say, well, then put a daylight slider in there that does what I'm already doing, except save the duration instead of having to set it up again every time in the console or whatever. Yeah, without affecting the plants. But then the plants have a problem, because on the moon currently you can just make a breathing box like I have here, my little basic station, which looks like crap, with glass windows, and the sun that you get there, including its sun daylight timing, will be enough. You just have your box, you just have your sun shining in, you just have to make sure that it doesn't get too hot in there and not too cold, and that the CO2 isn't used up entirely. That's enough. The plants will grow. I mean, look at all these other parameters. They don't matter. You won't have a pollutant in there because you yourself would fall victim to that. So, see, I mean, all these parameters are real, but few of them are actually important for you to ponder. But what is the yield? Does it say that? Huh. It doesn't. Growth time, 1 hour, 6 minutes, 41 seconds. Let's compare that to potatoes. Grow time 50 minutes 1 second. Huh. This is probably real time. Uh-oh. Man, we need to get that stuff growing. What is the temperature range that we can allow before this stuff here takes damage? Scrolling down. Time until overheated damage 5 minutes. And the temperature range that is allowed. The max grow temperature is 60 degrees and the max ideal is 40. So 60 degrees and up, we have a problem. In other words, we do have a problem. We can't plant that stuff now. Back to business. Yeah, I want to do mining, I guess. Now that the station is closed, I can toss this stuff down without danger. Is one of the manufacturers on? No, we currently have no wind moving. Alright, when you reload, your normal windows will be still open, I think, but the ones that are nested inventories, they will no longer be open. Oh, maybe I should carry that stuff in, huh? Before it gets lost through the ages. See, carrying that stuff in before the station was actually closed up was the right move. We have 2 oxygen cans. Wow, that's nice. This means that we can also produce fuel. Man, it's pretty full in here. Should I expand? Oh, it's not yet close up? Oh. Should I expand the station a bit while we're at it? I mean, yes, right? Yeah, let's do that. In which direction? Yeah, there's not enough space here for me, so... Let's make some iron frames. We don't have steel frames yet, which are much more... I mean, you still need iron to make them, but the amount of iron is less than half if you do the overall calculation. One to the side? Or 2 to the side? That would need a lot of iron. Good thing I'm Iron Man. Four grams of iron. Steel frames, they only take 2 grams of steel. And there's more to the calculation. 2 to the side and maybe a bit to the back? Or... No, I will only go to the side. So how many do we need to make this happen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 it appears. Meaning we have enough. What am I saying? I need 2 rows. What? The crate is in the way? Dude. That's redonkulous. Yeah, if you can adjust the thrust value of your jetpack. If you turn that up, then you will be kind of nailed to the place in the air where you have chosen to be. And you can also fly with Mark II jetpack that I'm using here, fly high up in the air, like you're jumping into the sky. It's awesome. But this also consumes more of that gas, and currently I don't want to risk
Air tank low.
anything. Let me show you how to refill your air tank. It's very easy. You can just drag this thing into this opening. This only works when this thing has been detached from the lander. You can see here we have 600 kilopascals. In here we have 7 megapascals, 7.58.
Air tank critical.
Now we have 7.6 in here, so it has been lowered. And here we have also 7, same level. So if you fill these up to like 15 megapascals, which they can withstand up to 20, you have to use the smart canister. These ones would then overpressurize and soon explode. And yes, the explosion is also significant. You can of course just open them and relieve the pressure if you become aware of that. So that's a way. You know what? I'm not gonna destroy all the crates that I have in here because they're just too annoying. What a chaos, huh? This might be enough. Should be enough. Now we have 21. It's enough for 3. But I only wanted to make 2. Or will I regret this hard soon? Let's go all out. Let's make... Oh, I only have 2 left? What the fuck's my head doing? Iron sheets, please. Once we have enough space, this will be less cramped. Do we still have iron sheets? I think so. So we can already start with that. Smelting done once more. Let's smelt some other stuff then. Do we have something left still that can be smelted? Yep, iron. And that stuff. Silicone. Takes a very long time. That would be the right thing for now, when I'm busy outside, so I can't react to the arc furnace's hunger the whole time. I mean, wind turbine's really great to have power that just doesn't go away, right? No, don't stand in a crate while you're welding it, your suit will be destroyed. Now we need to eat. Good thing we can do that on the road. Again, same trick. Hit it shortly, problem solved, and now you can eat more thoroughly.
Hunger caution.
And that's a wrap on that cereal bar. You can also install a stacker, obviously not between these two, which will then take all of them in, and until the set size that you can adjust on this device has been reached, and then will spit it out and will keep the rest for itself. You can also make ingots smaller in this way. If you have a 500 ingot and you need like 20 only to distribute among manufacturers, there's a max possible stack size. For example, these stack up to 50, I believe, and then if you set a higher level for that in the stacker, then this will just not do anything. That it will spit out at the maximum possible size for that material, and yeah, you can then use a lever to get out the rest if you wish. And you can use a chute system. We will certainly get into chutes later. And these long form videos that I'm making the whole time, they're quite the stunt. If there would be a power outage here, that would be quite annoying, because I cannot just make a second video and glue them together. For that I would have to use editing software, but then I would have a double currently using live compression, and that is lossy compression, so I would have losses 2 times, and I had that actually for the trailer that I made. I made a Stationeers trailer, which is pretty good, I think, yeah, that is actually proper edited video, while all the others are just long playthroughs or me fumbling with the live pausing. I have a hotkey on my mouse. Works rather well, and this is also the way I make music. I mean, I started in the 80s, and I'm just a guy who has somehow gotten to try to wing it. I just go into it, and then I go from there. And I'm not saying I'm good at that, but I'm saying I'm certainly better at that than someone who has never trained themselves, and I keep pushing myself in that direction. And so that's also generally the way I do things. Also allows me to have a high output, you know. You're making too many videos. Fuck off. I mean, the fun that I'm having playing this game is increased by me being able to tell you about it. That's what this is. That's one of the main reasons I'm making these videos. So have we used up our
Hydration critical.
walls? No, we don't. We have not. There's still some left. Alrighty. Now to close all of that up, we need definitely some silicon. That's definitely not the angle grinder. I mean, on hard mode I would have been dead a long time ago. It's really a huge difference how fast your oxygen is converted, it ticks down. How fast your hunger and water ticks down. Also, certainly it's easier for me to do it like this when the sun isn't up. We have played for 3 hours. What we see on the horizon is probably indeed the morning dawning, and I can only say, "Oh, here comes the sun," because yeah, that sun, you don't want to be exposed to that without some kind of cooling solution, and we don't have one. Not yet, because I'm really taking my time here. Do we have some iron sheets still? No, huh? Okay. Whoops. No iron? Oh. Really none? So, one of your greatest desires will soon come true. I mean, regarding the current playthrough, it will be less cluttery. And another one also, you will have light, and not only just this flashlight the whole time. There's actually a trick. I could make a portable light and carry that in my suit. But, I don't wanna, because, that has a downside. I mean, this lights everything up pretty neatly, But the downside is then I get used to this, and I want to suffer this. I want to be in a situation where I'm using the flashlight to enjoy the relief of having proper lighting in my station, which is also a very moody thing. I mean, the lighting, what it looks like. Then there's the question of power source. I would have to consider my electrical supply. Yeah. Oh, no more iron sheets. Damn. Oh, yes, I do have iron sheets. What am I saying? What is this, man? Okay, this distortion on screen obviously is to express that it's very hot in here, which it is. Still 126 degrees, but once the sun actually comes up, that's gonna change. Even if I insulate my station, there's the little problem of glass windows. Why would I make a glass base on Vulcan? Because I want to, that's why. I want to see this beautiful thing, I want to have the oversight, the awareness, and yeah. Also, since I can't take the time really to design everything, I don't want to waste thoughts on that. A decision here, a decision there. I'm not yet proficient in decorating my stations, and so I'm not proficient in coming up with design decisions on the spot, you know. Okay, has the furnace been made yet? No, it hasn't been. I object to this circumstance.
Power low.
No, not the fucking man. Furnace. More iron, please. And definitely some copper. Do we have some copper? No, because for whatever reason I don't go mining, I just talk about it. No copper whatsoever. Whoa. Well then. No way around it. The manual hatches, by the way, can be welded shut. I mean, you can open them and then weld them, then they can no longer be closed. Or you can close them and weld them, they can no longer be opened. But you can then weld them again and then they will be unlocked. This welding, since you also need welding to even make them, don't worry, this locking and unlocking weld process is a very slow one. So you don't accidentally do that. And yeah, you can weld them in this way so that you don't accidentally open them. It's good to have them as a solution, as an emergency solution, you know, but it's good to also be safe from accidentally opening them. This down there, this lava, can be considered bedrock, conceptually. On the moon, bedrock is much lower. On Venus, bedrock is, I think, there or even higher. And on Mars is also relatively low. So you have lots of soil through which you can dig for resources. The deep miners, they bore through the bedrock or through the lava here, and they just get the stuff from below the world, from below the parts that you can easily access. There's also one map, it's the asteroid map, or it's called Space, where you're actually in space with no gravity.
Power critical.
Except when you're inside your station, then you will have artificial gravity, which you will also notice, for example, on the moon, where there's very low gravity. As soon as you're in a room that counts as a room, you will have proper gravity. That is just a gameplay choice, you know, game balancing choice. There's no gravity generator or something. Hey, you have nothing to do in there? Wait a minute. Not like this. So this lava down there isn't just decorative. If you dip into that, it will damage your suit, no matter how sophisticated it is. No matter how stable a canister is or anything, the lava is just destructive, period. It's not an immediate explosion kind of destruction, but it is very destructive. What is that sound? Like something's rattling on my right side. No? Not here, not audible? No? It's gone, it went away. Yeah, nickel will also be needed, not soon, but I mean while I'm at it, it's right in front of my nose. Yeah, Vulcan is one of those words that should convince you to put your jetpack button on shift or something like that, because you need to be able to react, snap decisions, you know, when you're falling down, oh shit, into the lava, quickly catch yourself. And the gravity on this planet is indeed high enough that if you let yourself fall fast enough, you will get damage. I mean, not you, but your spacesuit. You yourself never get damaged from that. I think when you fall down nakedly, that even nothing happens to you. I'm not sure. Though on which world can you do that? There's none where you could survive that for long. So it's an experiment few people make. Filter low. Yeah, it's just warning me that my filters are declining. Weldy is 100%. Let's do this then. Oh, that wasn't much copper. Definitely need more copper. Okay, let's check if the station is closed up. Yep, should be closed. Oh, what the fuck? Right, this back part I haven't yet done. Ooh, good thing I checked. Sheets! Where are my sheets? Did I use them up? I didn't. I mean, when you're hungering and thirsting like that, there's no need to panic, but also don't ignore it, because, I mean, I have fallen over dead so many times because I stupidly misjudged that. Oh, in there still. Oh, okay. Another go. Oh. Sometimes you really have to find the right point, the right location to point at. Can be tricky. Yeah, the problem with my hotbox idea here is that there will be more and more gas in there, which I have to relieve somehow the pressure, you know, which will then of course lose me the temperature if that is a two-sided exchange. So I need to find a way to use a machine to relieve the pressure, which will then pump only in one direction. This in turn also needs to happen semi-automatically, so I would need to program for that, I need the logic chips or whatever. Oh well. The ingots can also actually take damage, that's possible, yep.
Power low.
Yep, also need to think of the tools. This one is fine. Yeah, it's not so bad. See, here we have a large battery. You can actually get nuclear batteries at some point, which have... I mean, I think the large batteries have 8 times the storage or 8 times the charge of the small batteries. And the nuclear batteries go again 8 times beyond that. And there's also the wireless batteries, which are... yeah, very weak, but you can keep them charged if you're near an emitter. Yep. Yeah, furnace. Only one furnace. Hey, what? What am I doing? Furniture? Furnace. Just to be clear, I want to make the furnace. Yeah, and so these long-form videos, they of course have the risk of eventually the electricity crapping out, but I've never had that. I mean, I have like 0.2 electricity failures per year, you could say. And the machine could crash, but even though it's an early access game and even though it's the beta version, this is Rocketworks. They don't crap out crappy software. So this shit is stable. Here we have part of the residential supplies package. You can right mouse button unpacks that, or you can just click here. These are only transient. These things are not something that you keep. It's only to get more stuff into your crates that you bring with you. Then you can unpack what's in there, and here we have the kit locker, which we can of course also print. Now I used 2 lockers because the variation that I printed here, you saw it was a kit with multiple different thingies, that used 2 of them. That was a variation that you needed to.
Health low.
Yeah, health low is at 75%, maybe I should... Oh. I keep doing that, not good. At least I have flares on me. Hey, wait. Did I? Oh, I realized the mining drill battery is now a big one. This is a good idea, but I don't have enough big batteries to do such a move right now. Man, this must be super irritating for you to watch. I'm sorry, but I can't change it. Yeah, the furnace has been printed. Now we can set that thing up. The furnace is a beast, okay? Not only if you toss a little bit of fuel in it, it will be screamingly hot and at super high pressure inside, but it will also leak a lot of heat into your station. And you can overpressurize it and then it explodes and goodbye. also all the pipe connectors that it has. I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, like this. I want the pipes to go to the right so that I have some kind of control. Let me just build this thing. I want to access the left also. That seems okay. There would be a chute here. I think I placed it perfectly. So now I need some iron sheets. Those are steel sheets, which we just saw. Once you have steel frames, you need to weld them up with steel sheets. That's the furnace. Let's meditate on this dude for a second. Okay, on the left side here you can see something that is closed that will open up if it spits something out. This lever makes sure that it spits something out, else it would not do that. I think it even doesn't have a maximum capacity. You could put as much, you can basically make it so full that at some point you just keep shitting out 500 the maximum size of ingots, more and more of them. Anyway, that's not how you use it, obviously. Here we can see the pressure. If we point at it, the tooltip will tell us the temperature and the pressure in megapascals and in Kelvin. Oh, was that kilopascals? Anyway, doesn't matter. Here we can ignite it, so if there would be a fuel mixture in there, I mean, it's after all just a volume, you know, then we can ignite that and it will start burning. We don't need a burning process in there, it's just one way to get heat. Heat is really what you need, because this thing is for smelting. And on the right side, we can see the inlet. That is where you toss in your iron, or whatever you put in there, to get your right mixture. I have a furnace tutorial up that focuses on the three furnaces, and let me just take note of that. Furnace tutorial, trailer, 35-minute turbo, because these things I mentioned, and I will link them in the description so we can... yeah, I always have a text editor open. I don't even need to save, because my text editor is actually IntelliJ IDEA, in which I write Java programs. I have one project that is solely for note-taking, and that is just a very cool thing. I change over to the thing, type a few characters and go back. Whenever it loses focus, it would save, and whenever something has not been saved for 10 or 15 seconds, it will also save, when no change has been made. So here I have the output pipe, that is where the gas comes out, but it doesn't come out right now, even if there's something in there. Same for pipes. If you place a pipe in the world, sorry, then this pipe will be closed. So this thing is also closed. As soon as you place a pipe on it, it will be opened to the pipe, but the pipe itself is still closed. You have to place a passive vent on the pipe, which you can only do on a wall or frame, to open the pipe up, or a pipe cowl, which is just a little end piece with some kind of sieve, so to speak, that you can place on any pipe, or for example directly here also. But you want to hold some pressure for a while before you relieve that, so you would need a valve for that you want to turn. And this is for liquid output, which may also happen, but I've never used it. So, throat cleared, I hope. Now we need to worry about cooling. The temperature is already 142 degrees. In other words, the sun is going to come up soon. We need a solution. One solution, of course, is I will first close up the station, but I have to prepare. Yeah, things might get a bit hectic now. More hectic than before. I'm sorry, that's the way it is right now. On the moon, on easy difficulty, and if you don't waste so much time explaining things, then you will not have that problem. So one of the last few smelts, and then I have to close this up. Actually, you could make some chutes, so we have at least an input chute here. You can also see what that's like. Yeah, let's do that with this last thing that I want to smelt. And maybe I should drink something.
Power critical.
Power critical. So let's swap this out. This one's full, this one's full, this one's full. Now this one's also full. And now I can swap that with this one. Actually, wait, where's the large battery? I had a second large battery. Is it still in the mining drill? Oh. Perfect. Alright. So the chutes are kind of like the pipes. You have different variants and they even have different functions, not just different forms. What I want to do now is I want to use the corner chute. Do I? Huh. Kinda. No, I want to use the corner chute. And now I need two chutes instead of just one, because the thing that I want to put on there now is the chute inlet, and that's a more complex piece. And for game balancing, that requires two. Inlet. Can rotate that. The auto-rotate key is your friend, else you would be wasting time with the manual rotation. Don't do that, just press the auto-rotate key. And then I can just toss stuff in here, even though the wall is closed. Problem is, this thing, I cannot no longer reach its switches, and I can no longer push the button. I will show you soon what that's like, but first we need to get that temperature problem solved. So, I need something in here that will be able to remove the pressure. Can we make an active vent with our Electrum printer? Nope. Can we make an active vent here with our Atmos printer? We need some gold and some copper. Do we have some gold? Yeah, an output chute would also be nice, right? One should be enough, but I will make two. Because, and so forth.
Hydration critical.
Yeah, I didn't drink much. Some chutes then. So we at least get the ingots outside already. Forgive me. Hey, the chutes are doing it too, those cheaters. Very funny. I need two more. If I want to play this legit, which I do. No! I almost removed the floor here. Not bad in our situation since we still have outdoor atmosphere, but dude, there's something should never happen, if possible. I'm not sure where I'm going with this. I need one more. The chute outlet, which also goes around a corner. Questionable decision, I find, but alright. Oh. Okay, let's do this properly. Another chute. No more iron. Or was there more iron? I just used the wrong recipe. Maybe. Alrighty, whatever we smelt now will come out there. The only thing missing now is a wall here and a way to trigger this thing automatically, which I can make happen. Maybe we can actually do this now, but I have to worry about the sun coming up. Tricky, but I have to close this up. Okay, we have a time pressure problem here. Let's make some logic chips. I will need 2, gold and copper. Do I have copper still? I don't think so. Need to go mining again. Yeah, like I said, the grind is real in the beginning. And then you can witness the benefits of logic, about which I haven't talked at all yet. Only thing I showed you, there's the data, there's the power connection, and there's the data connection. This data connection is not like part of the crafting recipe of the airlock. Maybe you have understood by now that the airlock is a real thing. It's just a room in which there's no atmosphere and the gas sensor tells this thing blah 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 blah. But these are also needed because this exposes the cable, this exposes the logic values of the thing to the world, basically. There's no right and no wrong way to slice this. Crap. Oh, like this? No. I placed the cables here in a very unfortunate way. And this is not the thing that I need, not the logic reader. I would show you these things on the wall classically, but I will show them to you in here, because here we can do that while the game is paused. So, we have various logic kits. One of them is the kit Logic IO. And you, for example, have a logic reader. This thing would allow me to read whether the door is open. Henceforth, this device would then hold itself a value, a 1 or a 0. 1 would mean the door is open, 0 would mean the door is closed, because the door has logic values. Let's take the glass door as an example, but it doesn't matter. Here, you can see whether it's open, but you can even write whether it's open, so you can say door close. Yep, so you can program your own airlocks with these chips, or more prudently with the proper assembly programming language. Then many devices also have a mode variable. That's kind of a catch-all term for some kind of key behavioral aspect of theirs. We're not going to go into that now. You can turn the door on and off. You can? I was not aware of that. I was not aware that you can turn the door on. Huh. I have to look into that at some point. But maybe it's something completely... It doesn't matter. And here I can read whether the door is still in the process of opening or closing. If this is 1, then the door is idle. So the door is now closed or the door is now open. Stuff like that. Alright, I wanted to show more of the logic chips. Yeah, something about the Stationpedia. Let's say there's these main topics from which I can branch and browse to many places, for example here, but you have already seen that there's a substring search here at the top, where I can type just a few characters of the thing that I'm looking for example, logic. That didn't work. Or logic, yeah. And then even another word or more words which all have to be taken into consideration, so only if all of them fit, that works. What am I doing? Why is this not working right now? Something's borked. Well, there's still some bugs in there. I don't get it. Where's the logic stuff all of a sudden? Okay, up there is logic units, but we've been there. Anyway, so if you have found a thing, let's say the active vent, for example, which is a good example, because we need that all the time, then we have two things. We have the kit, and we have the active vent itself. Sometimes they have made a mistake in the Stationpedia. For example, the battery charger. Here we have the kit battery charger and the battery charger, so same behavior. But here we have the kit battery charger and the battery charger, or vice versa. I can distinguish them. One is the kit and one is the thing. And they have forgotten yet to fix this. Anyway, what does this mean, kit? Let's look at the logic things again. If I find them, for whatever reason, that's now impossible. I don't get it, man. So here we have the kit, and you have seen that when we have a kit in our hand and use the build ghost right mouse button, then we can use the mouse wheel to select different things. Sometimes the kit only has one item, so you cannot really select something else. But anyway, that's the kit. And what you build from that thing is this, one of these things. And the thing built is then that. So for example, the battery charger is a kit, but it's also the battery charger. And you can go back and forth between the two. Here's the kit. And here are the things you can build. Very convenient once you have understood the concept. So the logic reader would then hold the value of whether the door is open. And then I can use the logic writer and attach this basically to another door, and can then say the value that you use for your action shall be the logic reader. So this thing gets its 0 or 1 of the openness of the one door, and this one will then apply this value to the other door, or maybe will apply that to whether the lights are on. So you can, for example, say whenever the outer airlock door is open, the lights in the station shall be off, because then you're not at home, probably. That's one of the things you can do. What you can also do, you can say batch writer, so I can switch all the lights on and off at the same time, because then you select not one single device here, but you select the type of device. The logic mirrors, if you want to communicate with devices on a different cable network, because you can only see devices that are on the same cable network, where the cable is connected, period. And there's a slot reader. We will need that for the arc furnace, because we want to find out, is there something waiting in the arc furnace's slot, so we would want to activate that thing so it starts smelting. Then there's the batch reader, which is the same as the batch writer. So you could read, for example, from 5 doors, are they open? But obviously there's a little problem here. What does that mean in practice? One moment, please. Batch reading is a different beast, because when we say batch writing, you're writing the same value to all the devices. But when you're batch reading, you're reading values from devices, and they might be different. This is why this thing has an additional screw, which decides what to do with the numbers that are coming in. Even if it's only one number, that function will still be applied. So in many cases nothing will happen. Actually in all cases. And the various functions are sum, so they will all be added up. Average, which is useful if you want to find out what your 5 station batteries together, what charge they have, because they probably have different charges. They even have some kind of progress bar display, but you can use this then to just get the overall charge on average. And minimum and maximum. So the lowest value or the highest value. So in this way you could find out, is any of the doors open or is any of the doors closed, as an example. Then we have the reagent reader, which I haven't used that myself. Reagents are, well, if I say the printer is supposed to print something and the printer says it needs gold for that, then technically I could put in what I need to put in there is a carrier for the reagent gold. I mean, technically it doesn't have to be an ingot, but yes, it has to be an ingot because of the input slot and whatever. But in principle, the thing just reacts to the reagent, and in other situations that becomes relevant. For example, I could tell the device, toss out your reagent. Gold, and then it will, and so forth. Okay, that's the reagent reader. Then we have the batch slot reader, which is just like the slot reader and just like the batch reader combined regarding slots, you know. And then we have the logic writer switch. I could, for example, decide to address a door directly and whether it's open, and then I can flip this thing on and off. This might actually be useful right now to turn the arc furnace on and off while I can't reach the power switch. So let's make one more of these, just for that purpose. The assembly programming language is much easier. Once you can program, it's much easier. Just say, hey, device be on, device is on. You say, I mean, that will be done. It's really the language of choice. I don't know where to place these guys. Well, I have an idea. See, once I have, for example, when you program something, you will run at some point into the problem that it doesn't work, and then you have to debug. And one of the most common problems, one of the most common mistakes, is that you just didn't put the cable down. So, in this case, when we have the logic and data on two separate ports, because every device has logic and data. Yep, every device. Power and data, I mean. Every device has that. So some devices have that on two separate ports, and some have that combined. There's, for example, a variation of the console, like I showed you, that has that on two separate ports, and that can become relevant. We're not going to go into that, though, right now. So that is now connected. Whatever I do data-wise to this logic network will also arrive in there. Where are the logic thingies that I have? Oh, it's very dark, man, and the sun's coming up. Come on, where did I put the logic circuits? There. So here I would put the batch slot reader because that seems like the most prudent thing. The slot reader, I mean. This thing will consume 10 watts when it's on. Then we have the writer, logic writer, with which I can tell this thing to be activated. And then I also need the mouse to turn the music back on. Then I need the power switch thing here. Like this. I think that's an efficient way to cable it. And I think I need to make more cables, and I need to go mining again. Does it even have a connector there? Yep. You can see that, and you can even see what this cable itself is. This cable is a connection to that thing. Okay, let's continue. See, that was 6.5 there for a second, and then I printed another cable, and then it was at 6. So that would have been one of those moments when you'd be wasting cables. Yeah, that doesn't fly. These need to be connected also. I'm not going to explain every little detail, okay? Even though sometimes it might seem like I'm doing that. There's more to this. But, okay, I need to get some shit done here. Oh, this is in the way. Slot reader, logic writer switch, everything. No, not everything has been cabled up. Now that this is connected, I can see the devices on the network, and so I can use the screwdriver. I will select here. It only has 2 screws. I will select what it shall select. You can see here on the right, the tooltip, it selects cycle to arc furnace. Now it is on the arc furnace. Cycle to logic writer. Now it is on the logic writer. So you can stop yourself in time maybe, if you click in rapid succession. What I want to write is whether this thing is on. And so, now why did nothing happen? Did it turn this on? Oh. Stupid. I made a mistake here, huh? So arc furnace. Okay, again. So we have the on variable now. Now I flip this thing on. Okay, I wanted to show that nothing will happen because it is already sending a 1. But anyway, so we can turn this thing on now remotely. Now we need an automatism for this thing, and then I can expand this chute network so we can actually throw stuff in. It will digest that one by one and toss it out here. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Automatism. And this automatism isn't just some magic spell that like you get in other games. Here it is completely down to earth, real. So we want to read from the arc furnace. The arc furnace is selected. We want to read the import slot. We want to read the variable occupied. We want to read whether that is occupied. You can look all that up in the Stationpedia. Then here with the logic writer, I want to write to the arc furnace that is now selected. The variable I want to write is activate. I want to read from the slot reader, and that's it. Now we are consuming 30 watts this whole time. Good thing we have 6 wind turbines that should keep us afloat. And the sun is coming up. Yeah, bad thing. We are already at 288 degrees in here. Okay. Do I have something that I can smell for demonstration purposes? Let's smell some nickel. Right, I have to turn this on too. Okay, that was actually a good demonstration of the following problem. Once these logic systems have decided a value shall change, then they change it and they send the signal. But as long as the signal doesn't change again, they will not... Locked? Oh, I selected the wrong value here. Stupid me. Once the value has been sent, it will not be sent again unless it changes. Why is it locked? Because... Oh, what the fuck, man? What did I do to this thing now? Is it still locked? Can I abort this? No, I cannot. So turn this off, then go to whether it is locked, then flip the switch. Now it's no longer locked. Is it now locked? Yes, it is. Okay, that's one of the things that can happen. You need to be careful what you do. It's programming after all. That will be done. Have the right will, as the wrong thing happens. So, arc furnace is selected, on is selected, on is also... See, the switch was already in the wrong position basically, so it did not send that signal again when I turned it on. And then when I flipped the switch, then it finally kicked. This is set right. Arc furnace, slot reader, arc furnace, import, occupied, activate. Okay, this should work. Okay, let's go so far. Let's test this. First turn the arc furnace on. Aha, so it reacts automatically now. If we have a bigger stack here, it will pump all of that through itself. And we can turn these 10, 20, 30 watts off now. Because, yeah, later we will not have that kind of problem because we're going to have the station battery and other power sources. But currently, care is to be taken. So now I can close up this little room here. Okay, so the gases would now stay in there. Actually, I want to keep heating up the station with the outdoor atmosphere. Or, well, not the station necessarily. Just that room. Then let's eat and drink something. Where is my residential stuff? Landing pad will become very important. Generator. Okay, soundtrack is a bit annoying. That's better. Vending machine. computer. Yeah, that one's gonna be needed for the landing stuff. Here we have a credit card with 600 credits. I have 200. Let's combine them. Now I have one, and it has 800. Small satellite dish to get the trader here. Water bottle filler, communications motherboard, also for trading. Generator. Scrubber, which can clean the air. Maybe we want to unpack that so we know that we have it. This is a portable scrubber. It's pretty powerful, but it's only for beginners. These are two filters which will make sure that the air would be pumped in only for that respective stuff. And there's another battery. I'm not using this now. Why would I? Oh, we had a hydraulic pipe bender. And I printed one. Hilarious. So now I have an extra. Grow light for the hydroponics over here. 5 gas utilities pipes. Crate Mark II again. You just stack those just by picking them up and clicking again. Pipe radiator is for the kit atmospherics. Health low, yeah, let's do something about that. Here we have the water bottle package. I can click here at the top. Once again, a thing with multiple click points to get out a water bottle. So that has been solved. The empty bottles you should keep around instead of tossing them in the lava, which would actually destroy them. And then something to eat also. Put that in the locker. So, I made active vents. One of them is supposed to pump the station empty. I realize I don't really need that, because as long as this here has not yet been locked by being assigned to the airlock, I can just do this manually. I can just use this guy here. And, you know, there's the sun. It will go over there, I believe. Oh, I'm not sure. We will see. And then they will make some electricity. Lots of electricity, actually, when they're pointed straight perpendicularly at the sun. Okay, now I could start evacuating the station. I would like to go out mining some more. Can we make 2 more wind turbines? Just to be sure. 10, okay, need 20 iron. Some more gold. We will need lots of gold in here anyway to make heavy cables. Copper. No, that's forbidden copper. So I want to evacuate this room, which will take a while.
We are living inside the inevitable reality
True.
of human recycle.
Power low.
We are controlled, forced to slavery by the technology we create.
Set inward. If I click, this is not the past tense, this is action tense, I mean present tense. When I click here, it will set that to inward, which is what I want. Inward means from the surface into the thing, into the pipe network. And now it will start pumping our station empty. I wonder if the battery will hold. Oh, that's a good question. What if it keeps sucking the battery dry? I cannot get the door open. Oh man, oh god, oh man. Is the production machine still on? No. Okay, let's go mine a bit. I need copper. That's uranium, forbidden copper. Iron. So as you can see, I'm actually trying to get the hot to the hot day situation, even though I said before I want to do the opposite. I will just try to cope with that. It's gonna work somehow. I mean, I have some ACs, I believe. Or I have to print some then. For that, I'm currently mining. And then I hope that my hot room concept will work, so we don't have to wait for traders to sell us some volatiles. I've never made steel on Europa, on Vulcan with just using the heat of the planet. I've never done that before. I hear it can be done, probably, but I used the volatiles that I purchased, you know. Lame, I know, but it worked well for me, so gets the job done, gets the job. Silver is also very desired to make the programming stuffs. Yes, I want to make that too. We will need Electrum. Electrum is made in the furnace by a combination of 1-to-1 of gold and silver. So I need silver. Relatively much also. And we will also need some nickel. I have some nickel. I would like some more of it. And we need lead. That's very important for the programming stuff, because you need solder, which is made with a 1-to-1 mixture of lead and iron in a very, very cold furnace, which might actually be a problem for a station.
Filter low.
What I can do, of course, I can make a second furnace for a colder room. I can make a room that just stays hot. There's this hot furnace for steel and such, and so forth. I don't know which one I will do. This is, I mean, this is my third Vulcan playthrough overall. The first one I used trading. The second one also. How did I do the... I guess I'd used trading in both cases. This time I'm trying to cope without volatiles. I mean, without... What am I saying, volatiles? I didn't purchase volatiles from the traders. That's stupid. We have a billion tons of volatiles right around me in the atmosphere. What I purchased was oxygen. And I just realized if I only take a little bit of it from my tanks that I have, that would be enough. And once I have plants up, I can get as much oxygen as I want if I'm patient. So for oxygen we don't really need traders. For water we also don't really need traders, because there's a device in the game that will allow you to combine volatiles and... what was that again? I'm not sure. Volatiles and oxygen? Yeah, of course. Volatiles and oxygen, and to combine that, so fuel gas, to combine that to water. What will come out then is quite some dirty stuff. Very hot, hot steam, you know, with pollutant and all of that. But I mean, you will have water from a chemical perspective. I mean, you will have made the molecular change from these atoms to that combination. And so, yeah. So I can produce water, I can produce oxygen. All of that is on the table, and I hope I will get there in time. Otherwise, I won't. So, let's... battery is still good. Do you hear? You hear nothing. Glorious silence. Vacuum. By the way, if you have an atmosphere that can be ignited, the printers will ignite the atmosphere. That's what you have to keep in mind. I mean, you have to keep in mind tons of things. Among them, these things. Yeah. See, this vacuum here, in here still has supposedly 344 degrees Celsius, because there's no actual vacuum, there's still some gas spread out, and it has this hot temperature, but the thermal energy is much lower. I mean, look at my oxygen here. It's ticking down relatively slowly. Let's see what happens if I go outside. Now it's much faster. The temperature out here is 358 degrees. It's ticking down relatively quickly. 358 degrees to 360 degrees. 359, so same temperature, but now it's ticking down very slowly because the thermal energy contained in the place where I am is lower. So less thermal energy bleeds into my suit. So less work has to be done by the AC system pumping out oxygen to use that to cool me down. Yep, that's how this works. So if I'm living in a constant vacuum in here, apart from the plants, they need, of course, the right atmosphere, then this will be a way to keep things cool. I'm pretty sure that I cannot use a pipe. I'm not sure. I've never used... Well, I actually want to find out. How can I do this then? Not now. What I want to do is I want to use a pipe with a pipe radiator, which means that whatever the pipe radiates to the atmosphere will be much stronger. These things are really powerful. This is the convection radiator for atmospheric situations, and this is the radiation radiator, which is much stronger in regards to radiation. But overall, if you have a convection situation, this one, which also radiates, will get rid of, well, it will not get rid of heat, it will just exchange heat. The touch will be more intense. If outside is hot, the pipe is cool, the pipe will get hotter, and vice versa. Anyway, what I wanted to try is to have a pipe in this room with some gas in there, and then see if the radiator does something. I'm curious, I don't know that. I mean, could I have a room here that has some, for greenhousing, like in the corner here, I make something with an airlock, and then I build some plants in there, you know? And the surrounding room is cold. I mean, it's not cold, it doesn't have any atmosphere, so it doesn't have any temperature. That's what that means. Hollywood keeps lying to you, you know? You don't freeze to an ice popsicle when you are exposed to vacuum. First of all, your body is not used to the vacuum. It is not built for that. So it will... the tissues, they will expand because there's no longer the pressure pushing you together, so to speak. And also, I mean, mostly because of the liquids in your body boiling off. Boiling sounds bad. It's not in principle. Let's look at water. The phase change diagram of water. Logarithmic scale, Celsius. Okay, this is Kelvin. Let's switch to Celsius. You can see here 0 degrees ish is where that freezes. Then we can reach a temperature of 100 Celsius. Okay, let's go back to logarithmic scale. I go to 100, and you can see on the right a pressure of 77.5 kilopascals. That is wrong, it needs to be 100, and I believe it's actually simulated by the game properly. You can also see up here the temperature 100 kilopascals. I believe these graphics, they are for whatever reason not precise. That might be due to what they have to do there with Unity. Anyway, so at 101 kilopascal on Earth at sea level. That's the normal pressure that we're used to. That's also why that is the pressure that the suit has been set to. You see the pressure is a bit lower. That is because there's some gases being pumped in and some gases being pumped out. So there's some stuff going on. But in principle, the pressure is set to 101. That's Earth sea level pressure. And at that pressure, water will boil once it has 100 degrees Celsius. Everybody knows that. That's the definition of the Celsius scale. But if the pressure is lower, like here for example, then the boiling point is also much lower. In other words, when you have 200 degrees Celsius and you just push the water droplets in the air together hard enough, then they will all become the solid body of liquid water. That's one way to look at it. I think the metaphor is a bit flawed. It's not quite what's happening there. Anyway, so if the pressure is very low when you're in space, then even at your skin temperature of like 20 degrees or whatever, I know you're 37, but the skin doesn't have core temperature, does it? You will experience that the liquids, the dampness, for example, on your eyes and in your nostrils and in your pathways when you breathe, that will boil off. It will not be hot, it will just go away, it will evaporate. And when something evaporates, what happens is it cools down. That is so, and in this game that is even simulated. What also happens if you push gases together, then they will get hotter. That doesn't happen in this game, sadly. They have not simulated that, and when you expand them, also doesn't happen. But when they evaporate or when they condensate, then they cool, or respectively they heat. And so if you are exposed to the vacuum of space, then those fluids, they will boil off, and you will have some ice crusts at your nostrils and in your mouth and around your mouth and your breathing pathways. Of course you have to breathe them, because you have to breathe out. You have to let the air escape. Try to let it escape as well as you can, because otherwise the gas would push in against your muscles and flesh and would rupture that. I mean, you will experience damage anyway because of the liquids in your blood and so forth also boiling and forming gas. And so there will be tissue damage, but you can survive that. You can survive for a minute or so in space before you actually die. And then you can recover later. So it's I mean, there might be some permanent damage. I think so, but at least you don't become an ice popsicle, because space does not have temperature. It's not cold, it's not warm, it just doesn't have temperature. Period. Because temperature means that there's some motion of particles. Now you might say, well, there are no particles, so there's no motion. No, but you have to think about it like this. If your hand is warm, then the particles are in motion. If you now touch something cold, you will be in touch with something whose particles are not moving much, and so there is an exchange of motion situation. And you will experience that by your hand getting colder, it's moving less. Now if you touch nothing, which is what space is effectively, then you will not feel any temperature change. What happens, of course, is that there's no warm wall near you that would reflect back to you or even radiate to you, which is why in the summer a 20 degrees temperature might feel warmer than it feels in the winter, because the room temperature that you're measuring is the gas, but there's also the walls radiating heat, and in summer that's more. So in space you don't have that happening to you, so you might feel actually cold because of that, because there's not reflecting back. You're just radiating away, slowly. Or when you're exposed to direct sunlight, then the opposite might happen, because that is unfiltered, not just damaging radiation, but also much more than here on Earth, or depending on how far away you are. Anyway, enough of that. Where were we? There's a vacuum here, isn't there? Almost. Battery situation. Okay. Mining drill is fine. I want to make some more chutes to make the input slot
Power low.
of our arc furnace a bit more sophisticated. How many more do I need? 1, 2, like 4 or so. Can already start deconstructing this. Let's make 3. Can also make windowed chutes here, which take 2 parts. I don't want this now. then I can see what's inside. Oh, that's fine. Let's shoot in it on this side. Now, turn the thing on, turn the reacting things on, and relax. Oh, damn. That is unfortunate. This can be remedied. See, when you do that with programming, then you can just insist on that the value will be written in all situations. That is so much cooler than this crap here. But anyway, activate. Is it burning? Yep, it is. Now let's turn this off again, so this doesn't push through. Let's go back to on. Pop. And I can turn this thing off if I wish. Now it's off. Now it's on again. Oh, and now it's not smelting. Stupid me, same problem again. Yeah. I dislike this. Activate is what we want to switch. Oh, I just switched that off stupidly. Okay. Let's go back to... I guess that when you change what you want to write to here, the logic in there is being reset. Even if the value would stay the same, I guess that it would think, yeah, I haven't sent this value yet because it is going to a different addressee. Maybe. Or maybe it's just that me switching through these different values... No. Well, I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, maybe I wanna...
Temperature high.
Put this hypothesis to the test. Why is it saying temperature high? Oh, because I don't have power.
Temperature critical.
So if you're in such a situation... Those
Temperature
batteries
high.
also work. And what it's doing now, it's smelting the next thing. Convenient, convenient. So here we have a temperature of 390. Out there would be much hotter soon, so currently the smelting doesn't really make sense, I think. Once the sun is up, we would have 600 degrees, and I don't know how much this would increase the room temperature. Probably only slightly. Yeah, fuck it, let's just open this up. See, immediately it's 400, because out there the sun is coming up. Always walk through this door, so make sure you don't have some kind of pipe cowl down here that holds you back. I'm saying that because a friend of mine... So... Maybe you should utilize that battery charger. And we should... See, now it's turned on. You cannot see this, for whatever reason it's not lit, but... It's charging. I want to make 2 more of these wind turbines. For which we need iron and copper. Should have copper by now. We don't. It's still in the smelting. But we could just do this. Problem is then it doesn't go smelt again. That is so annoying. Yep, so it apparently resets its inner understanding of whether it should send something when you change the target value. So now we have some copper. Nope, yes. And iron. Good thing we have that.
Power low.
Man, this is a survival game. And it is so mental. I mean, when you... cerebral. Yeah, cerebral is the term, I think. Okay, I believe we have found the gold. Hey, I wonder how much this heats up the room. That's a good question. Let's do that. Okay, this is not really viable because what's happening is that the volatiles in the air are burning up. Of course, I could pump in some more volatiles. Once they have burned up, nothing more will happen. So immediately the temperature lowers because out there it's not as hot. So in other words, we can use the arc furnace to get this room hotter. Good thing. Problem is the cables will burn up at some point. Let's see. Cable, because they have an auto ignition temperature. Yep, that's the thing. And also this slightly burning air. I mean, this game has a very deep simulation, if in case you didn't notice. So it may be that if the air is on fire like this right now, it doesn't harm the cables, but once we're close to auto ignition, maybe then they will actually start burning, even though we haven't yet reached that temperature. Who knows? 250 degrees Celsius? I don't get it. We have 250 degrees easily in here. Why are the cables not burning? Okay, I'm not gonna complain, but this is definitely weird. Pressure in here 40 kilopascals, we have to keep that in mind. And I want to install a vent over there so I can pump from the room and into the room. See, now a thing about active vents. Let's teach you about that too. Can see here, external safety is 0 pascals, internal safety is 50.7 megapascals, flow rate inwards very limited, pressure close to external target. Let's talk about that. Still printing. I only need 2 more, thank you. Okay, so first of all, this thing is just warning me that it's currently not doing much because we're very close to the target pressure. And what is the target pressure? 0. I mean, here you can see the external safety is set to 0 pascals. This means if this thing is sucking from the room, then the external situation here, 0 pascals, it would suck the room to absolute vacuum. You could also change that value with logic, for example, or with programming to, I don't know, 100 kilopascals, and then you let this thing pump, and it will not pump to lower than 100 kilopascals room situation. Yep, that can be done. For that you also have the back pressure regulator. They also exist. They're a bit more convenient to use since you can set the value directly on the device instead of having to use logic. And one of the problems here when you set that on this device is if you flip the direction, then the value that you set for the target pressure of the inside or of the outside will be reset to its default. What defaults do we have? We have, you can demonstrate that here. When it is pumping into the room, when this thing is blue, right? When it is set to outward. So if you click here, it would be set to inward. Currently it is set to outward, out into the room. When it is doing that, the default value is 101 kilopascals. See, it would suck the pipe to 0 pascals, but it would pump into the room only up to 100 kilopascals. So this is a safety measure. In the opposite direction, airlock thought, if you think airlocks, then you will realize that since the rating for these pipes is 60 megapascals, it's good that the active vent stops at 50 megapascals. It is also good that its default for the external when it sucks from the room is 0, because you want to evacuate your airlock. And another thing, that's what I actually wanted to talk about, is this thing can take easily from this room. It basically grabs like a big hand directly from the room. In this case, the saying, there is no such thing as sucking, which there indeed isn't. You can only push, you can only blow, but you cannot suck. I mean, if you suck, you suck, then you're moving away air so that other air can go there. That's what that is. In this way, when I pump from this thing here into this room, then it will just put into this room what it has available. And what is available will be in that pipe. And here, up there, when you see the mouse, it's a passive vent. And the air out there will have to stream into that out of its own free will. In other words, pressure equalization. And only that gas that is in there then can be taken by the active vent to be put into this room. The opposite direction is much faster because it's kind of fakey. It can it can just reach into this room and just take that air and put it away. And there are even larger vents. There is the powered vent, which is double this size, and there's the large powered vent, which takes an entire wall like this. And not only is it much faster, it can even take and or respectively pump into. At least it can take from not just this room box, but also from surrounding room boxes. So those are made to empty entire hangars, or if you wish, if you want to make a bigger airlock. But still, you should strive to only make small airlocks, because one of the problems is your gas sensor. The gas sensor will think, oh, the airlock is evacuated, and over here the next box might still have some volatiles that you don't want in your station. I don't know what happens if you have another box there and have another gas sensor there, and if you can assign that then here also, and if this thing will then use the maximum function or average or whatever, and then realize, oops, we are not yet at 0, which would make it safe, yes. But you can make, of course, your custom airlocks which do all these things. And then you spread around a few gas sensors, or if you wish, then gas sensor in every single box that is part of your airlock, and then you can be safe. Okay, end of knowledge download for now. Let's make another active vent. Passive vent. We need iron. Did I put that in here? Well, okay, if you put iron in there, or whatever you put in there, it will be stacked. So 2 ingots become 1 ingot. I will make 2. What I want to do is I want to be able to pump in some of the dangerous gases from out there into our hotbox, so that the atmosphere can be set on fire by some oxygen boiling off.
Power low.
Burning off. Okay. Is it still doing something? It's not, actually. Why is it no longer doing anything? Confused. Oh, can you see that? The cables actually burned off. Was that the heat in the room? Or was that, what's its face? The burning process itself? I don't know. I guess we would have seen these guys burn, actually. Ah, that tango again. No, they are not powered. Oh, that is also part of the room then? Crap. The things you have to consider. Why did these cables not burn? Or is burning infectious? So nothing bad happened actually there? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, the arc furnace is no longer there. Can I do that here? That, yes, but can I do the other also? See, now they're green again, but it's not burning off. But I can just I can just push here. So at some point they started 700 degrees. Dude, I think that's hot enough for steel. Oh man, man, the cables are burning away my hand. By the way, you can see here Mark II drill, Mark II crowbar and so forth. They are exactly for hotter temperatures. Not necessarily for burning air. But okay, let's make some steel if we can make it, man. That would be glorious. What a fucking accident. Steel. Steel, 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 steel. 6. Well, yes, we can make steel. We just need to get some atmosphere into the furnace. How can I do this? A bit tricky, because if I open this up now with a pipe cowl, then some of the room's air will go in there. Alright. But, no, that should work. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Man, this is ridiculous. This is so fucking ridiculous what I'm doing here. But I made a hotbox. The concept works. Is this game awesome or what? So we have some iron here and some more iron there. Do I have some iron in the locker? I do not, but some silver, which I want to stack up to 50. And I will keep the incomplete stack here in my hands. To make steel, I will need more iron. I mean, I don't really need, but and there they go. The cables are gone again. Shit. See, it's still burning in there. Something is burning. I don't know what is burning, but we can see that from here. Maybe it's the chutes actually that are on fire. I cannot say. This is ridiculous, isn't it? But we have a room that is super hot, and that was the trick. Now we can make steel. I need to get some iron, man. Because I want to make more steel right away. Not just... I mean, I could make, of course, steel right now, but I want more steel. I wanted to get some nickel also, yep. I guess this idea with the active vent in there I can forget, huh? I wanted to put the active vent on the inside so it can quickly grab the room's pressure and relieve the room of it in case of emergency. And the passive vent on the outside, because if we need some gas from the outside to set the world alight, then that wouldn't have to be so much. So it's okay that it would only slowly get its gas from the outside through the passive vent. But I will not do this because the active vent too can burn up, and that's a bit too valuable for me to just destroy, and also the cables that go to it. Question. What is the auto-ignition temperature of the straight cable? Flash point 10,000 degrees Celsius. You know what that means, right? You're gonna make these and keep up the concept, because that will work, man. Yeah. I thought that would keep going. There are other ways to use your inventory. You can use the mouse wheel to select, and then there's some key that you can press. And in those situations, then you don't have to drag and drop the whole time. Instead, you can use that trick, and then you can press 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 to open these inventories. And the idea is then to only have one inventory open at any one time. And then you can actually make meaningful use of the mouse wheel in that situation. That's the idea there. Oh.
Temperature high. Temperature critical.
Yeah, that's bad. 100 degrees in my spacer. What the fuck, man? 60, 50, 40. Okay, my lungs have probably taken damage. I don't know how hard, but anyway.
Power low.
We have more iron. I could make the steel now. Okay, whatever. And didn't I make 2 of these? I did. Since I have this running the whole time. By the way, how much electricity are we actually using? Let's make a cable analyzer, for which we need some silicon. It's a good thing we have that. And I will make 2, because we have 2 networks to consider. The cable, the power coming in, and the power in here. So I will make 2 of these. Okay, from the power from the outside, it's well, it's a bit not so nice to do it like this. Okay, we can see currently we have 180 watts going in. It changes the whole time because the wind is doing stuff. And then on the indoors, what's happening? We can measure this here, I believe. Currently we're using 20 watts. What is that? Where are we using 20 watts? These guys. 10 watts. Yeah, they are currently using that power. And now we're using none of it. Do I have enough cables to connect these? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Very close, but it's enough. Less fallout. Did I leave them inside? Fuck my life. Okay. See, now we're kind of experiencing what it is like to have a simple airlock instead of an advanced one. Where are they? There they are. We can basically just leave this open. Well, doesn't matter. Then I can also turn this off. Save some electricity. I believe beginners will be horrified by this, right? But I think I have explained at length that on the moon it's so much simpler. You can get the oxide right from the... I mean, if you toss down some oxide that you mined in the world, you will not just have oxygen and nitrogen in your station, primarily oxygen, but it will also cool down, because it's ice, it's melting. And that's pretty cool, isn't it? I mean, Playing it by ear. Okay. Okay, that's the sun coming up. The eternal day begins. Alrighty. Let's make steel. How do I make this? I need to get some atmosphere in there. I have never done it like this, so this is a completely new situation for me. Let's first make a canister. And then make a pipe cowl. Only one, Rosalie. Wait, what am I doing? This, by the way, is the pill. If you have ever taken health damage, you can just wait out until it's recharged, so that makes sense. But if your lung is too damaged, then it might actually not heal in time. I mean, if your lung is too damaged, it doesn't take enough oxygen into your body, because that is simulated too. And then you would do well to eat that pill. Sometimes it's hard to distinguish what the reason is for your heavy breathing. Often it is just that you forgot to turn these guys on again. So remember, a button in Stationeers will tell you what it does. So if you read on in a place, realize the thing is currently off. Wonder what atmosphere we have in here. 800 degrees, man. Yeah, it's a hot box. Even without the arc furnace that would be so, because the sun will keep shining in and heating it up relentlessly without limits, I believe. It's very low pressure in here, but that doesn't matter. I think. I don't know if this is a new situation for me. So not to fuck it up entirely, let's look here at the furnace. It doesn't have any temperature and any pressure because there's nothing connected to it. I will now connect the output. And then you see the output is bidirectional. So slowly the gas is streaming in. The temperature in there is of course 800 degrees. What happens though if I now toss in some iron? I will, for safety reasons, only toss in one. Okay, the temperature immediately took a nosedive, but it seems viable. So this will take a while. We can see how it's... Oh, it's quick, okay. I thought it would lower the temperature so much that it will actually stay closed. Okay, we have 155 degrees in there. That is not enough for steel. You can see here the button is not green. I'm not sure if the button also does that for the advanced furnace, but for the basic furnace, for this one, definitely if the button is not green, then you cannot eject it. And here you can also see it's just telling you what's in there. It's not telling you this will produce a 400 grams, wait, 200 grams thing of steel, because it doesn't. I mean, the pressure is, oh, I forgot the pressure. Oh crap, I forgot the pressure. Oh, well, okay, then let's first, all of business, remove this thing. Because still we have a high pressure in there. Now you see that the pressure is slowly increasing, should be at least, because this thing is heating up. How is it heating up? Well, you see that here. It's radiating away minus 48 joules per game tick. In other words, it's getting heated up by radiation. And it is also heated up by touch. And so I just have to wait until this thing has reached... Oh, the room is now at 277 degrees? Oh. Yeah, well, all that heat was consumed by the process. That's fucked up, man. Set the air on fire. Okay, we have nothing that sets the air on fire. Temperature out here is 500-ish degrees. If I had some gold to smelt, that would do the trick. Oh. Man, I need to make the heavy cables. 10,000 degrees, I didn't know that, man. 1500 hours. Now we see how complex this game is. Okay, we have achieved temperature. How many Ks is that in there? Not enough. We need 800K for steel, I believe. 900. Okay, so we're not gonna be able to do that. Remember, there's only 600 degrees Celsius. Hey, what am I saying? 500 degrees out here, and it's getting less and less and less because all of that is bleeding into the furnace. In other words, as long as we don't have a new heat source, rather keep that open. And keep the pipe cowl off, because otherwise the pressure in there would decrease. And we don't want that. We need some pressure to melt that. Okay, we cannot make steel right now. I need to work on some other things in here. Is this an awesome game, man? It's like the game. Game of life. Let's make some heavy cables. Because once we have the station battery, we'd like to have those. Do we have the coal generator, the solid fuel generator in here? Yeah, it takes iron and copper. 50 grams of iron, actually. I don't have iron? Oh man. Oh god, oh man. As long as I don't smelt coal, I can just, you know... Oh, okay, let's switch to heavy cables right now. Power coming in is 277 watts, and the sun is not yet touching these guys. And that will be a while until that is so. In a way, it's cheating if I turn them now towards the sun, because the sun will stay in that spot for a long time. Normally, it won't be. But I'm not sure if you should consider this cheating after all. I mean, 20 minutes per day? That's ridiculous. That's just stupid. I mean, arguably, this is orbiting a black hole, and things orbiting a black hole are usually pretty fast. I mean, a sun, an actual sun, a star, can orbit a black hole multiple times a second, I think. Or at least once a minute or something. I think it's really that fast, or almost. I would have to look that up. You can combine the heavy cables and the small cables, no problem. This will then protect the heavy cables in there from the temperature, because they're heavy, and out here the cables don't care so much. For whatever reason, the cables here burnt up. I don't know why. Because, I mean, the other cables are in the same wall situation, aren't they? The wall is on the inside of the box. The cables are directly between these. There were cables here, remember? And these are also between these. Maybe that's actually a bug that we are discovering there. Who knows? You're not going to see me insisting. Okay. Temperature still rising out there? 600 degrees Celsius. In there, 600k, it's increasing. I will actually risk opening this up to the atmosphere again, just to see how fast the temperature then will rise in there. Currently we have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's a bit faster, but we're losing pressure fast. Don't want that. So this thing is back operational. Ooh. Okay, that is actually helpful. This heats up the room further. And look at these optics. Basically, it's a golden planet. Oh man. Yeah, see, I don't know why the stack of cable can take damage. We were in there and it was burning and so forth, but for whatever reason the cable took damage. Oh, are the cables burning again? Maybe that was really only the auto ignition temperature. Auto ignition and flashpoint. Well, no, they should not be burning, period. They should not be burning, so nothing should happen there. Why is this thing not powered? Oh, heavy cable missing.
Waste tank critical.
As long as a thing that you hold in your hand, an item is not destroyed, you can just build from it just fine. I don't like that because, I mean, the damage that the thing takes in the world would translate one-to-one to the item. So if I deconstruct the cable now that I built from the broken item here, I will get a full, proper item again. That's wrong, man. That's just wrong. Okay. Everything is working again. And then some more copper. Oh, my iron? No, I don't have any iron left. Oh. Oh. I will keep these two. They will come in handy at some point. For smelting. And then some iron that can make Invar and Constantin to upgrade our manufactories. But still we have to deal with the problem of heat. Currently that's not a problem because, I mean in here is very hot, but we have to grow some food. We have to produce oxygen. So we have to create some stable temperature. First, I want to get some steel because that's kind of connected. The things that you need, to build insulated pipes, for example, they need steel. So I want to be able to make that. How are we looking? Do we need some more stuff to burn? Nope. Oh. Okay, the temperature out there is higher than in here. We need 900k and we are approaching 800. What is that in Celsius, to be precise? Uh-oh, where is my tablet? Did it burn up or something? I think it's over there, huh? No, that's... crap. Maybe I lost it. Maybe it's gone. Then I have to make a new one. That's feasible. It's not so bad. Yep, it must have burnt up. Alrighty, good thing we have the, I think this is the electronics printer. Yep, handheld tablet, it needs some, oh fuck me, solder? Uh-oh, we don't have solder. Ah, shit. I don't have lead. I don't have a cool furnace in which I could make solder, which needs very cold temperatures. Okay, that's bad, man. No tablet. Okay, we have to make do without then. That's what it is. Save. Quite chaotic how am I playing this, right? But it's always a journey of discovery. Self-discovery! No thanks, I found myself. You might still be searching, good luck, but that's not my issue. So what else we have? We have mining supplies. Not sure if that is advisable on this planet. We can shoot some flares into a thing, into a direction. These are even white, pretty cool. We can also use the red ones. And you can just use spray cans. You can print them with the tool manufacturer to spray paint lights or devices or even the flares, and then they will behave accordingly. It's funny. And there we have a mining charge. I want to use one of those. In other words, unpack all of them. And the mining belt, like I have one already, I can use that to carry more stuff. And this is the end of my station, if I don't realize that I clicked there, because the sound of this thing arming is not transmitted from there to here. If I pick this up, it is disarmed. No, so it's easy. Oh, we have 6 mining charges. That's a lot of mining charges. Don't mind if I do. Explode some stuff. Well... Not sure how to continue. Mining, I guess. Is the drill full? Not quite. The mountains have the advantage that well, you can dig more before you reach lava, basically. Yep. The tidal forces of the black hole supposedly have cracked this planet, and that might be possible if the orbit was at some point much more erratic than it currently is. But I mean, as far as it is away from the black hole, the tidal forces shouldn't be relevant, really. I mean, supposedly this is a ginormous black hole. The larger a black hole is, the weaker its tidal forces near its event horizon. So since it's supposedly a ginormous black hole and it doesn't look so big from here, we must be far away. Therefore the tidal forces should be very, very mild. Therefore this planet must have been, since the story is that supposedly the tidal forces caused this damage, been much further, much closer at some point. Oh, that might not work. Now you heard the arming sound. Oh, it's not far away, okay. Oh. Okay, where's the mining drill? It makes picking up the stuff easiest because it goes directly into that box, into the belt. More. I want more. I mean, mining. The mining charge here on Vulcan. That's a really good thing. If you're on a mountain, at least. I wish I could find some lead. Because that really, for solar, you know, we can make the tablet, we can make the programming stuff. Just how long is this video by now? 5 hours. But this is gonna be one of those 8-hour sittings, I believe. As aka the second one. When I realized 7.5 hours the last time, god damn it, wow. That was so much. Not sure what I'm doing. I could just swap the mining belts, basically. But I also want to make sure that whatever goes into that belt is definitely full. Not just because I want things orderly, but also not to waste space and not to botch up some recipes. That lowers the probability that I would toss something into the furnace that is not the proper recipe. Not that I would put something in there without checking it first, but I mean, I'm talking probabilities, that's what I'm saying. That's also why in engineering, for example, if you have a valve that it opens in both directions, so it just opens or closes, you would set it up in a way that the lever points into the direction of which you expect the gases to flow, even though that doesn't make any sense. I mean, even though it doesn't do anything. Because then it is a slight associative bridge in your head, reminding you possibly in some moment when you were not aware enough, dude, remember what this does, you know? So, subtle hints, always a good idea. I'd like to find some lead if that's possible at all. Let's use the mining chart here. If I click on the right mouse button, it will just drop down where I stand and it will be armed. This is far enough. Yeah, the landscape change takes a bit of processing time. They are working on a new terrain system, not just because of that, which I believe will also then be faster, but because the terrain is currently, well, it's not boring, that's not the right term really, but it's, I mean, if I would walk 100 kilometers in one direction, I would find something that is ultimately just the same kind of pattern, the same kind of mountains and so forth, and I want to make that more diverse and finite, you know? Diversity, even when it comes to that, okay, whatever. That you should then you will have reason to travel. And then maybe the rovers will make a comeback, which currently are kind of superfluous because you cannot... I mean, why would you carry your stuff to any place? That place is the same place, right? But then that would not be the same place, and currently the terrain system is incompatible with the rovers. I have a rover video up. You can actually play the rovers right now with some easy trick. You don't need a mod or something. You just need to type something into the console and build them, and then they work. Yeah, they do. But they're not doing well, particularly not on this terrain. But even on Europa, where it's relatively flat, it's still not fun. And that might change then also. And also they have showed some demos, not of that terrain, but they're working on some terrain system for a different piece of software, I think. And of course the knowledge, their know-how would bleed over into what they're doing here, so we can expect a much higher performance, and what they said is also a much higher voxel resolution, like in Space Engineers, they said. That is roughly what that would be like then. Like, it doesn't tell me much. Maybe Astroneer would have been a better comparison for me, if that is indeed the proper comparison. Man, if only I'd know where some solder is. That exploded rather quickly, telling me that it exploded down there in the lava. That was wasted. Air tank low. Do we have some solar, lead somewhere, please? I mean, with this kind of ore density, other worlds have a so much lower density. I mean, you really need to be hunting for ores. I mean, you will find them all over the place, but if you're looking for nickel, for example, do we have some nickel yet? We don't. Does this world even have nickel? I don't know. I don't know if it has lead either. Maybe it doesn't. I mean, they're changing things every once in a while. When you're on your jetpack and the air is moving, that might actually throw you into the rock. That can be so strong that it damages you. I mean, damages your... Oh, the mining belt is full. Some lead, please. There's our station in the direction of 0 something-ish. Oh, lead. So we can make solder, so we can print a tablet. Problem is, to do this we need to use the furnace, and we need to use the furnace at a cold temperature. That is doable, of course. I can just make another furnace and I make it indoors. Or I kind of flip the room situation there, but I'm not sure yet. I mean, this is all makeshift. I'm making the decisions as I go. There's no grand strategy here, you know. Which might be helpful doing it this way, right? Because, I mean, not the grand strategy, but the way I'm doing it, because then I have more opportunity to show you, to explain stuff to you, because I come up with something that is happening in a situation. And also, this then, what am I saying? I want a bit more lead, please. Almost, yeah, come on. One more. One more. I want more lead now. Not feasible, alright.
Low pressure.
Yep, no more oxygen.
Oxygen critical.
Beginning to suffocate.
Pressure critical.
I think I could use the waste tank in the case of an emergency, which is, of course, a crappy thing to do.
Temperature critical. Waste tank critical. Temperature high.
Dude, what the fuck, man? So, that was a bit too close. Too bad I can now not see what's in there. Because for that I need the tablet. Did I get any iron? Oh, probably. Question is, how hot is it in here by now? Green! Oh my god, we got steel! Okay. Soda I cannot make right now. If I put some new stuff in there, that will cool down. What temperature do I need for the other things? When I just swapped the canisters, it was very important that I first swapped back from here to there before I swapped these two. In other words, it was important that I didn't swap my waste canister into the oxygen canister, oxygen tank, because then that would have forever been soiled. I mean, unless I completely empty it, of course, like the airlock, with the wrong gas. And so I would have to take care of the wrong gas the whole time. Though that gas would have been carbon dioxide. Not bad. I have filters for that. Let's see. Electrum. For that we need a pressure of not too high, which I can achieve just by plopping the pipe cowl on there, or just maybe I want to use instead a pipe with a valve and such. I don't know yet. Temperature of 600K. That is not very high. Top temperature is not defined. In other words, I could make Electrum now. And I wanna. So let's do that. There's our steel. We can toss steel in there also, or iron or whatever. Oh, waste tank. Is this thing on? Yep, okay. Where are my thingies here? Let's use the thingy here. Canister. 2 of them. I wonder if this counts as a tool. It does! Cool. A cool tool. Put these here. Put that over yonder. The tracker I don't need right now, neither do I need this. I could use a stacker maybe to split up the ingot. Needs iron and copper. Do we have that? Things are getting a bit easier. But still, so much work to do. It's fun, it's fun. I'm having fun. Just that, I mean, I love to do this thing in one sitting, because I really have trouble following up on something that I've started before. Man, the frame rate is tanking sometimes. Okay, the stacker needs to be wired up somewhere, so that it has power. It's all a bit cramped in here. Okay, let's make a new section then, so to speak. The stacker, we also have the unloader, so if you toss a mining belt in there, then on the other end you will get the iron, the copper, and then the mining belt. That can be useful, because there's also such a thing as a sorter, which you can program with a computer, or you can actually use its logic. So, and from the stacker we have 2 directions, so it's kind of arbitrary which one I use here. Do we have cables? I do. 3 only. Oh. Huh.
Enter communications mode.
What the fuck? What the fuck were they thinking when they recorded that?
Transmissions from Sinfera.
I mean, very clearly, the girl has a sniffle, so to speak, and yet they recorded that. And this sounds to me metaphorically like Eliza Cassan in not the first Deus Ex game. There she worked, but in Mankind Divided, because there the voice coaching was just shitty, or the actor fucked up. I don't know. That was just bad. Anyway, so now we have this. This is the stacker. You can adjust the stack size with this, or you can use the labeler to just input the number of your choice here. I will choose 50. I mean, we were already at 50. I just want to show that. And then we toss this in, and out come the goods. For example, we can now make the station battery, which immediately I want to make. Needs more copper. Now we're talking.
Hydration critical.
Maybe I should refill my filters a bit. Dioxide. The order doesn't really matter, but they are used up from the left, and I like to keep things tidy. Alrighty, batteries in the works. We will need more heavy cables, because I also want to make the coal burner thingy, for which we will need iron in there. How much iron is there? Not enough. And the coal burner thingy, where would they be placed? In our hot room, maybe? That would make sense. Otherwise, it would make sense to place the station battery somewhere. The cabling is the trick here. But of course, then we no longer use this area power controller thing, but we have the station battery itself as the big buffer. Yeah, I guess they will now produce a bit of electricity also. Oh yeah, we can see it's 97 watts. Increasing because the angle of the sun is changing. Where will I place that? I mean, the cabling is really unfortunate. Can only place it. Can also place it out there. It doesn't bother with the temperature. It only cares about too cold. I don't find that to be right, but okay, that's the way it is. Okay, we have our power coming in from out there to the airlock, for example, and here we would have the station battery. I would say I put the station battery out there and then pipe it into this. Or should I keep it indoors? It's a bit weird. If the station battery is in a vacuum, in a room, then it will discharge with 50 watts or 50 joules rather per second per game tick. But if the vacuum is out there, then it will not discharge. What? The fuck, man? Should I? Should I do this? Well, I can at least make a plan. Then there would be room for that cable to go in there, on the back side. And the front side I could move, of course, up here, but it's good to have a bit of space left. Yeah, let's do that. That looks good to me. It's not a proper battery room, but I'm still very much in the I'm trying not to die situation. So let's make heavy cables now. Oh, forgot I need steel sheets for this dude. Okay. But I can cable it up already. Can I? No, let's go back in there and build. You can see here the pressure is at 0.
Power low.
And we can also hear that nothing more is happening there. Wait, this all? Oh, no more copper. No more copper. Well, let's smelt some then. Everything is set. On we go. It's smelting. All right. Oh, damn. That's the copper that I wanted to use for the Invar or Constantine, or which one it is. Damn it. Now I have to go out again mining. Where was I? I need steel sheets. We have some steel ingots here, and materials are made with the auto lathe. Sheets, steel, 2 of them. Okay, this one is now also damaged, even though it wasn't before. That wasn't the wise move. I wonder what would have happened if I would have moved the damaged cables onto the sane one, but my suspicion is that they would all then still be damaged. I guess this is a majority vote thing. In the case of coloring cables, it's not a majority vote thing, it is the matter of what you're holding in your hands. If I'm holding red cables in my hand and I pick up green cables, I will still have red cables, but more of them. The station battery. I don't have enough heavy cables yet to prepare for the coal burner, but I think we will make enough electricity that this is not really a concern. See, the coal burner produces 20 kilowatts, 20,000 watts. And this battery can take in whatever, what do you want to put in there? It doesn't care. It doesn't care. In other words, the cable would then be burdened with that amount of... Oh, that was... No, that wasn't wrong. With that amount of input, and now it's charging. A bit at least. And if I connect this now to this cable, we will hear a loud bang and some cables will have burned out. Because then the input of the battery would be connected to the output of the battery. Don't do that! Don't! Do not cross the streams. Yeah, now I used heavy cables for... Want to use heavy cables for the output side. What kind of stupid decision is that, man? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I don't have enough anyway, so let's use them on the output side, alright. Okay, power is still being filled into this, now from the solar and from... How much are they making? 125 watts. This one also, but this one is no longer connected. Don't have enough cables. Yeah, actually... I should use heavy cables here. Yeah, it's a bit fucked up.
Waste tank critical. Temperature high.
See, that's what happens when your AC is no longer working out here. Ah, that's bad. Hey. Come on. I want to leave this one free so we can use a different cable there and pipe the logic network directly into our station, even though what I'm doing here
Power critical.
is even though what I'm doing... and I forgot the sentence. Anyway. Now we're benefiting from the glorious station battery. And this dude is almost empty because... Oh, it is actually empty because this... the doors are consuming electricity. Okay, that is a good reason for us to actually do this. I think the station battery sucks away all electricity and then this one also gets some. In other words, that's a problem. I have to pipe this guy up differently. For example, with heavy cables. Do I have some yet? I still do, yes. So problem can be solved. Yep, can be solved. Okay, we're fine. Wrong? I don't actually need this in my hand right now. But, yeah, force of habit is something you just do. Okay, power from here is going into our station battery, power from here is going into our station battery, and that's all it's doing. 390 watts currently coming in from that and from that. That's the combination here. The first one is already solid. Power coming out here, going into that thing, going into that thing. Now we have plenty of power always. Oh, that wasn't the right move. Alrighty. This will now fill rapidly from the station battery. 86, 87, 88, 89. And thus will also suck that battery dry. I mean, it's not like the energy is not going anywhere. This one is losing energy. But I mean, we have shown that we have a good power balance overall going on. The main problem was just rather which battery do I switch with which one at which time. Anyway, so I wanted to make Electrum and was interrupted by the tank being full. I think I have already put silver in there, I'm not sure. Crap, I can't see that from here. I will just take all the necessary resources with me. This playthrough is so wicked, isn't it? Oh, you can't tell, right. Nothing is in there. Let's change that. Temperature currently 900K. That is still melting fucking temperature. Yeah, but I mean, I have steel right now. I'm triggered to kind of do this now, but this will take a long time to heat up again. I don't want that. What's the pressure? 3 megapascals. Beep. Now it's saying green because, of course, why not? Alright, it's currently not ready to do anything. The pressure is too high. Temperature is high enough, so we can just do this. And relieve the pressure until we're below 2.4 megapascals for Electrum. Yep. What is this? I need to drink. Don't drink on the job. 2.4. Once the thing... Yeah, that can also happen.
Power low.
Maybe I should actually unleash this, or shouldn't I? I mean, how high is the temperature anyhow? Anything burning? No, the heavy cables, they don't take notice. Oh, something's burning here, huh? Oh, the chute is gone. Okay, that wasn't the right move. Fuck. Crap, crappity crap and crap. So, I mean, okay, like I said, this is a hardcore planet, so, and I'm playing like a doofus and so forth. 2.5 megapascals. Here we go, Electrum. Now solder is a more tricky beast because it's so hot in here. I wonder what I can do about that. Well, if I would put solder in there now at these temperatures, I mean the materials for solder, I can make a lot of solder. This will cool down the furnace. How much will it cool it down? That's the question. Can I risk that? I will just risk that for the fucking fun of it. Okay, we have lots of pressure in there right now. If I would release that pressure, we would have less of a hot body.
Power critical.
Oh, can't reach the power thing. Crap. By the way, now that we have steel, we can make large batteries. I should do that. Yeah, there's still some burny stuffy in there. The furnace's output concept is a bit weird. Yeah, we have a super space suit. So the pressure is now 1 megapascal. Oh man, at 1000 Kelvin.
Critical.
It's getting hotter and hotter in here. At least I know now that these cables really are worth their salt. Okay, next thing, I will toss the stuff in and this will lower the temperature because of all the gas that will be unleashed. You can see here, okay. Is the lever closed? Oh, it's not closed. Shit, man. It's not a problem. I can just toss it in again. So now we would get iron. We don't want iron. We want solder. So put in some lead, the right amount, of course. And then we see the temperature lowers further. It's not yet at 550. Not a problem. We have more material to burn. Come on, don't do that to me. Really? 5 degrees over? Shit, man. This is just unfair, but we can cope. Because we have more lead. One thing led to another. $146 of this, 146 of that, and Shazam. Solder. We can program now. Do away with the fucked up ships. Alrighty. I like these balancing, dancy.
Hunger, caution.
What's the word? I guess the term I'm looking for is spontaneous.
Power low.
Okay, shall we make some advanced stuff? Well, the computer, for example, which would certainly help us with the temperature regulation in here. Somehow, I guess. I'm not sure about that yet. Well, I definitely want that stuff, so in you go. First, the tablet. Oh, now we need copper. The battery is also gone, but let's make some big ones. Two of them. Do I have enough gold? Yep, I do. I mean, not very much, but enough. You've just seen, maybe if you're fast, there's 1% damage on that ingot. I have no idea how that happened. Next, I'll make 2 batteries. Yeah, damage is at 1%. Of course, we need to charge these. I mean, just having them is not enough. Oh, look at that. The battery's charging. Good. The land of plenty is opening up slowly. Alrighty, now I can use my own battery as a big one. This goes into the tablet. Then we need the Atmos analyzer. And I should already make the plant analyzer cartridge also, which we will certainly make use of here, which answers all the questions that you need to understand. Okay, one thing you definitely need to know, this thing shows you the illumination stress of the plant. And illumination stress doesn't mean it is too much light or too little light. It means both. So or let's say you have to left this thing in the sun for too long. Then...
Air tank critical.
Oh, there's CO2 in there, but it's absolutely minimal. Alright. Then there will be illumination stress. But let's say you have to left it in the sun for too little, then there will also be illumination stress. Big battery in here. Mining drill still has a small one, I think. There it is. Now it has a big one. Things are getting better. Come on, close the shit. Pop. Yes, I said something about steel. Okay, maybe we want to make some insulated pipes. Insulated pipes. Need silicon. This will make, well, not many. This will make more. Yeah, this double pipe thing here is actually one pipe only, even though it looks like 2. But the same applies to these dudes, and they are 3. We'll certainly need insulated pipes at some point, no questions. I should... Well, okay, we have Invar and Constantin to worry about, and there's a pressure problem there. While the sun is still high, that is certainly something we can make happen. I also want to make insulated liquid pipes. Just so that we have them in case we need them. So I can use an active vent to just pump planetary atmosphere into the sky so that we achieve pressure. That would then be enough. And this would also allow me, I think, to regulate that, because I can just flip the direction of the vent. The vent will, as I said, not suck. The vent will have to be slowly filled voluntarily by this thing. I realize we need some more heavy cables to do any of these things, because in there it's just too hot. This would make 34 of these. That's good. Let's make all of them. If you're not hooked yet with this game, then I don't know what to tell you. Yes, it's very complex, but I mean, as I've demonstrated, it's also manageable. Here we have the same thing that we had for the scrubber, for the air conditioner. And this is an insulated canister package, which for whatever reason is a bit oversized, because that's not how big these canisters are, or are they? Okay, never mind, that's how they are. The canister in there is some cooling stuff. I can also put some other stuff in there, it doesn't have to be that. And if I unwrap this then it will no longer be insulated, so I'm not going to do that now. So where could we, or how could we do something about the greenhousing situation? I don't want the container mounts. They're just a thing that you affix to the floor, and then you can place a container. You know, we have these things still, right? You can place the container on there and then use the wrench to affix it. I have no battery in there. Right. But that's not my kind of shoe. So, about eating and drinking. We actually don't have too many water bottles. That's a problem. I mean, I can probably find a way. Or is there still some way here that's possible? In this chaos? Good thing the seeds don't care that they're being cooked right now. Yeah, just the items. The items don't care as long as they don't burn up, which can happen, of course. What are the next measures? I guess I want to make some room here. There's a water canister in there, and it's currently insulated, protected from the heat out here, if there would be heat, or from cold. It's only, I mean, once I unpack this wrapping will go away. It's just a crutch. Then we have the portable generator. I want to show you that thing. It also has a canister with fuel in it. There it is. This thing excretes some heat and some pollutant and some CO2, and you can charge your batteries with it. However, you can also place this thing on this guy once it has been installed properly and wrench it up, and then it will pipe out its electricity right here. And the fuel canister is what this thing needs to burn this stuff. Guess I need a second locker. Let's make one. We need two, of course. Oh, no more gold. Our electricity sources are not yet too rich. We're doing very well. I mean, the battery keeps charging, I think. Currently not so much. We discharge it into 2 large empty batteries. That does some damage, metaphorically. But I'm saying I don't want to put up lights yet because they're a constant consumer, and I don't feel that we are that rich yet. So I'm going to stick with this stupid flashlight. Oh, that's not good. How do we end up with 0.5?
Beyond light.
Shut up.
Exosphere
I mean, what does it even mean beyond light?
on Soma FM.
Okay. So I would like to make Invar and Constantin, which need high pressures and heat in a certain range. So I'm not sure if you can pull that off here. Maybe I would have to actually waste some fuel into that thing. I'm not sure, so not sure. Do I want to use the insulated pipes or normal ones? I will use normal ones. And the active vent, which should be lying around somewhere here. And then I need some cables. I have those. And I need to make sure that this guy can actually get electricity, but there's a cable right there. Wait, I wanted to put up the locker. Here, look at the various variations of this thing. One at the bottom. Corner locker, which can only take 2 slots, even though it takes a shit ton of space. It's just decorative, rather. An overhead locker, which you can put there, which intersects with the wall for whatever stupid reason, and has not been fixed in a gazillion light years. Yeah, that continues something that I wanted to say like 4 hours ago, when I said that the Stationeers team is just awesome. Like, I'm not sucking their cocks, I'm just saying they are just really, really good. But when there's something that I think is wrong, then I will complain about that, yeah. So, I mean, they have multiple beta updates per week. Imagine. I get multiple new versions per week. So, I need to... Yes, what I wanted to do is, I wanted to clean up this cable situation a bit. Because, I don't like that it reaches into that room in this way. When it clearly isn't suitable for that. Okay.
Waste tank caution.
Again? We're burning through oxygen, man. And for that, I don't yet have a solution. I mean, a hypothetical solution, of course. But I don't even have the space yet for a greenhouse. So all of that is still very, very interesting. Basically, what I'm playing here is... Well, this is an engineering action game, is what it is. Can't phrase it any differently. And I love it to bits. And if you don't, then I must surmise you do not know it. It's the only possible explanation. I mean, okay, there are people who are saying they can't put up with the interface the way it is, but I mean, I can understand that, but how? I mean, it's like well, I have to use my phone to order pizza. No, I can't be. But dude, it's pizza. I think I made my case. So let's put some pressure in this bitch, huh? But first I want to get some iron and some copper so we can make those actual things. This is wrong. That is okay. And yeah, why not go out here? Vulcan is a beautiful planet, isn't it? Apart from the fact that it would kill you in an instant. Hey, I turned off the flashlight. I admire people's well, fear, or what you want to call it, to not open your helmet. I had one guy in the YouTube chat comments, for example, who never tried a certain thing because he assumed that would kill him. But I mean, I admire that people actually, when their station takes hard damage and so forth, that they put up with that instead of just reloading, which I often do. And I don't want to do that, and sometimes I don't actually, but it's still an illness I have. Though admittedly, sometimes when things go wrong, that's just not fair. What happened there, when my suit gets damaged just because I ran into a wall, that shouldn't happen. Oh, even worse, when I just toss some material out of my inventory to the ground, and then this means that it manifests in front of me because of course it was not in the room until then, and this then means that my suit gets sudden damage because suddenly there's something in its way. That's bullshit, man. Then I'd fucking reload this. But in principle, I admire people who take the reality for what it is instead of using the reloading as a means to an end in that situation.
Waste tank critical.
Yep.
Temperature high.
Let me just risk a little bit of light. Oh, that was not the intention of this action. The mouse faced just when it shouldn't. Clickety clickety click. Still above lava level, alright. Gold, don't mind if I try. Maybe we have to be fast now. Not quite. Not yet lava level. Okay, what's the goal? The goal is to get to get some copper. That wasn't enough copper. Copper is really the goal here, and iron too. Iron we do have. Nice. Maybe I even want to make a bigger smelt right away. Let's prepare for such a situation. And then I would need lots of copper. Where is copper? There's copper. And the last one. Oh, exactly 50 copper, that's funny. More coal than I can hope to burn. So I was talking about the coal burner. It outputs 20 kilowatts, and if you don't use that much, then, well, the rest will just be lost to the world. It will just vanish, evaporate. But the battery sucks as much as it can, and so you need heavy cables once you use the coal burner with the station battery. So usually you start with a coal burner with a solid fuel generator, but you don't have the station battery. Here we have the opposite. We made the station battery already, but we didn't start with a coal burner. If I make this now, then I would definitely have to have heavy cables on the entire cable network of the where the electricity is coming from. need more copper. Other people play this game very differently. Often enough they might make a comment like, yeah, why didn't you do this and this thing? And there are often done some tips in there where I think, yeah, well, I knew that, but somehow it's not deeply enough in my head yet, so that when I'm in the pressure of doing this, under time pressure, and talking to you, demonstrating this stuff, which is overall, of course, all tasks that are running in the mind, then I wouldn't then find this more fine-grained structure that I have heard of at some point, but I haven't yet weaved it into the big, broad flow of the central activities or whatever. But I think it's a good thing that I'm doing it differently, because you can watch the other playthroughs on other channels, and here you get a different one. I mean, if I keep hearing you doing it differently, good. Right? Then it's not spam. Also, every word I speak, a little bit of light for you. Oh, I'm saying these things again. No, I would stop. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Da-da. How much copper do we have? Enough? No, yes, we do. We do have enough. Station, let's go home and make those alloys to upgrade the manufactories, to get the better tool belt, to do many things. Oh, I should complete the cable here. We're wasting electricity. No! Yes. Yeah, inventory space is rather tight. How much is coming in? Almost 1,000 watts. Alrighty. Okay, with that out of the way, now we have a furnace here which has not too much pressure, it has very high temperature, and we have to... Let's check the recipes for INVAR first, which is the harder recipe to make, because you also have to uphold a certain pressure, which with the active vent should not be a problem. Actually, yeah, you also have to get the temperature right. 1200 Kelvin. Oh, that's more Kelvins than we have. Crap. I mean, we had 800 degrees Celsius in here at some point, which was almost that, but no, but not quite. So without a fuel source, we cannot do this. Shit. Okay. Well, then let's go back to usual business and actually work on the front of atmospherics and what's its face? Hydroponics, of course. Oh, the shoot thing. Oh shoot, yeah. Okay, this thing with the furnace. It wasn't a dumb idea, but I guess raising this room temperature as high as I wanted to raise it just doesn't work like this. This has some waste heat, but that wouldn't have worked in 100 years, I think. What instead I then need is, I need an active vent that is in there and is constantly pumping whatever crap is in there out into the world. And I have this set up somewhere here. Didn't I make 2 active vents? There's one, for example. 2, okay, these are part of some kind of set that I don't want to touch. Do I have them in my inventory? Nope, I do not. There is one. Oh no, it's a passive vent. Where's that active vent? I made 2, I know that. There are 2? Or are these the 2 I made? I don't remember. I will use these then. So goal is to put these chutes back up and seal the box and make sure that it is pumped empty the whole fucking time. and then we can just smelt in there and nothing can explode because there is no mixture of dangerous gases. And I will of course be wasting oxygen and other gases that I could use from the degassed ore, but I just don't have the resources and time and space right now to set something up that would deal with this differently. Or could I actually just pump that into an insulated tank and then deal with that at some point in the future? That sounds even better. I want to do that, man. So we will have some indoor tank. Alrighty. Which we need steel, which we have. Atmospherics. Tank. Insulated liquid tank, no. Kit tank. I need an insulated tank. Because there's going to be some heat in there, silicon. And I don't want that to bleed into the room. We're going to have enough heat problems as it is. Also, it's good when it's hot, because this decreases the probability of things becoming liquid. Whatever's in the tank is not a problem for the tank. The tanks are kind of a hack, or I don't know, the devs didn't care, I guess, and they didn't have to, because the only way to put something into the tank or get it out of the tank, other than cheating with, for example, the command add gas, is pipes. And the pipes will tell you what's too bad and too good. That the pressure is too high if there's some liquid or whatever. So there, okay, that was auto rotate, not useful here. If I place it like this, I can optionally even pump some furnace gas into this. So all of that is an option then. Good thing we have some pipes now. 13. Oh, 13, a bad number. Lol. People like that. Why not flat Earth then? I mean, if you're already believing something that's completely unfounded and actually disproven. There would be the active vent, and there would be the tank. Actually, only this part really needed to be insulated, because who cares about this hotbox room? Then again, what if the gas in there is very hot, and if I want to keep it hot? Then that would bleed into this room and I would lose it. I just want to get whatever this thing is outputting, which will also give me some knowledge that I might not yet have. Oh. That won't fly, because... ah, crap. Well, then I have to put it on the wall. Not a problem. If this is not yet in your... I mean, I appreciate how fascinating this video must be to you, but if by the end if by or after the end of this video the game is not yet in your Steam or wherever inbox, inbox, what the fuck, in your seriously, I currently can't think of the word, the simplest word, checkout, yeah, you know, then something's wrong with you. This game is just fucking stellar awesome. And you might think, yeah, it's beyond me, it's above my head or something. But that is only true for you now, maybe. This game would make you grow. And since you're learning some practical engineering tasks here, because some things that you learn here are actually applicable in the real world. I mean, you don't get it any more easily. You can even learn programming in here. Yep. Should have printed the chutes already. How can I turn this thing on? That's a bit tricky. Of course I can use logic. Have you heard that? The interruption? There was a shock in the cable network. If this would be a printer, the print would have been aborted. So we want to suck into the room, into the pipes, and we want to suck constantly. And of course, we have to seal up this wall first, or rather, quickly. 700 degrees Celsius. Is it that hot out there? My God. I thought 600 was the peak. I wanted to make...
Waste tank caution.
Waste tank caution again. I'm blowing through oxygen like nothing. We have to get these things set up. What a great game, man. I can't keep gushing over how great this is. And you know what have I done? I've decided to play it and not to die. Everything that I have been doing in this playthrough, apart from showing and telling you things, emerged from the simulation. Everything. And have we not been busy? And also, wishes have emerged. The desire to do things better, more orderly, cleaned up, a better solution. And, well, that's how this goes. And then you do those things, and there's some interdependencies and so forth. Best game ever. Literally. I'm not making this up. I really think this is the one best game ever made. So far, of course. Because, like I said, I'm not a fanboy. If a better game comes along, I will just give Rocketworks a no, that's... Gold is gold. Even if there's platinum. So, yeah, let's close this up and turn it on. Oh, right, the chutes, that's what I wanted to print. Well, if you have to open a helmet to eat and drink, you can do that actually in the vacuum. It's dirty, and but you can do this all the time without really taking damage. Weird enough, that's the way it is. Shoots. How many do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe, possibly? Could be 4. And then 1, 2, 3. Well, let's make 8. That should be it. Exactly. Okay. The tank is, I realize, not placed ideally, because you can also, like we have a cable meter, we also have pipe meters, which will tell us what the pressure in there is, so we don't need the tablet all the whole time. But then I would have to, you know, it's... Okay, let's print one. Of course, with the pipe bin now, which is for all this stuff. Meter. We have that for the liquid pipe, but here we have a gas pipe. What's the difference between the liquid pipes and the gas pipes? The maximum pressure for a gas pipe, and originally there were only gas pipes in this game, that's why they are just called pipes and the other are called liquid pipes. So everything liquid is called liquid, everything not liquid is called just the thing. They can take a pressure of 60 megapascals. Now we have 106 here, which is nothing. Everything has been cabled up, everything is on. So hypothetically we should be able to melt stuff. Let's see if that is so. That is so. Let's see if this changes. It does change. And the temperature indeed increases. Or does it? No, that was 900K, man. It's steel smelting temperature out there. You can smelt steel at surface temperatures on this planet. What the fuck? And my spacesuit? Well, it can take it. Case in point, here we go. Why do I not always play in third person? Because you can't play it in third person. I cannot even look at my front side without doing some Matrix crap. Yep, look in the settings. I think it's left shift by default. For me it's right shift, because left shift is of course occupied now since I'm using that for jetpack. Okay, now we're constantly using lots of electricity. During the day it's not a problem, see the battery's just full and full. But later we might have to put up some more of these guys, as the constantly running active vent there might just suck things empty. The switch here is not really necessary since this thing is already turned on, but I have experienced that when there's a power outage, when there's not enough power coming in, that this thing will actually turn itself off. But anyway, we can make a computer to get around that. And use programming instead, though I think I should rather strive for what's its face, well, to grow something, hydroponics, atmospherics in here, so we need some cooling system. Let's shove everything into one corner. Let's clean things up here. Only full stacks go into the locker. An arbitrary choice, okay. But it's helpful. The automatism still works. And once that is done, I will melt some gold, and then you will see nothing bad happens anymore. Why did we use the heavy cables then? Ah, whatever. Heavy cables are... They are heavy. They are like a schlong. So. That thing is for charging batteries and is not entirely useless, but I mean, for us by now it is. The flags, you can place them out there in the landscape. Might help you navigate a bit.
Space.
I've used them every once in a while, but basically not.
Exosphere. On Soma FM.
I want to make a secluded room for the I mean, really a greenhouse, and this greenhouse then can later be expanded in space, you know, I mean in outer space. No, and I guess I want to make that back there in the corner, because then it has the greatest potential to grow. Yeah, we need to work on the water situation also. Why do I want to make a secluded room for the plants? Because I'm not sure actually. I guess the first thing we should do is try to create a cooling solution. We have a kit atmospherics here, only one. what the first thing we should do is print more kits atmospherics. And while that happens, I will show you why. But I think first I need to print some more upright wind turbines. Let's make 2. Because once we have the ACs running, that will consume electricity, dude. The atmospherics things can be made here, okay. I can make 5 in regards to iron, I can make multiple in regards to gold. Copper is the short one again, okay. Finally, too many factories busy, huh? I'm restacking the nickel, so it's no longer in the way. Maybe I want to restack these also, or just toss them somewhere. Let's see. Iron, not much iron. Let's put that here then. The beacon. Here you turn it on, and then it runs for a long time on a small battery even. You can go out for almost an hour, I think, before this thing would be empty. In one sitting, yep. And then you flip the battery when you come back. And it has infinite reach, so don't worry. So here we can set up some hydroponics. I want to leave room so that I can possibly make an airlock there. And this looks actually pretty good. We have this corridor here, which goes here, and looks a bit fucked up, I know. Maybe I could flip the door. I can actually do that, you know, just build it from the other side. I mean, rotate it using the other cube, the other box. So there's a corridor here, goes here, and then there would also be a path here. That sounded weird. There is no gas in here, so we need to pump gas from the planet in here, and we need to cool it down. So we need a cooling solution. For that, I'm currently printing more upright wind turbines than is good for me. And how many kits atmospherics do we have? 2. There's not too many, I want more. Oh, out of copper error? Crap, we need more copper. I mean, I can take this, but I want to keep these nicely prepared recipes whole. Are they nicely prepared? 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, yep. 50, everything in here 50, but
Filter low.
but that. Yeah, one filter's gone. Let's put it away. Why keep it around? Okay, actual survival. How do we get that to happen? We have 1 kit atmospherics here that I want to use for filtration. I want to pump in gases from the outside. Or maybe... Well, see, the kit atmospherics. It has an air conditioner, a filtration unit, that's the one I want to use, and the air conditioner also. Then we have the electrolyzer, which can turn liquid into fuel gas, water into fuel gas. Then we have the H2 combustor, which does the exact opposite, though it's not so easy to use because you get 2000 degrees water and pollutant and all of that stuff. It's a combustor, what do you expect? And then we have the nitrolyzer, which allows us to combine nitrogen and oxygen to N2O, nitrous oxide. And, well, that's the air conditioner. Now I want to build a cooling system here in the room.
Power critical.
What's happening? Oh, power critical. Bop. By the way, let's put these guys up. Do we have enough cable? 8 should be enough. So my problem that I'm having is don't have enough frames here. Is that I have a twofold avenue in front of me. One is I could say I pump out of the station constantly with a filtration system anything and everything that is not oxygen and is not nitrogen. Is not CO2. But then I would miss out on nitrogen, which I might also need for some for some plants. Just turn that reminder thing off. Or I could say I pump out from the outside all the things that I need, which is CO2, and then in here I unleash. I will opt for this variation, and then I will scrub the air if need be. Yeah. Okay. I need a frame. Do we have some still? We do. 2, in fact. Does the welder still have power? 99. That sounds good. Affirmative. Sometimes double-clicking just doesn't stick. Might be me. Here we're using weak cables, not heavy cables. This means that if you want to do some super high load things on this cable network, we would have to swap all of these out. Alternatively though, we can just separate this cable network from another. For example, with an active vent. With an APC, area power controller. Currently I don't see reason for that. It's unreasonable and okay. Before I make this airlock real, I want to set up the things necessary to pump in the stuff that I want to pump in, and before that I need an AC, because living in a hot atmosphere the whole time will evaporate my oxygen rather quickly, and the waste tank is basically full. So let's set up a cooling system. This is easier said than done, let me tell you. Okay, these don't stack. What do we need? We need copper. Can I just get some copper from somewhere else? Yep. Okay, one more. Iron can stay in there. How many can we make? 2 regarding copper. We can make 2 more. That's good, because we want to build a whole chain of ACs now, which will eat a lot of power. That's why I put up some more wind turbines. The air conditioner. What would be the best order of things? I would definitely need insulated pipes for this. This way or the other way? This way. Okay, this will be the hottest waste pipe. They will be chained to one another. And this waste pipe will be, well, easily 1200. It will be so hot we can possibly just make our stuff over there that we wanted to make. So that's something to consider. Actually, yeah, maybe I should set this up in a different direction. That sounds good. Hello. Okay, the goal is to have extreme heat. That heat I could somehow apply to that pipe there with the heat exchanger, for example, so we could heat up the furnace. I don't know if this is feasible. I've never done this. This is an engineering situation, you know. Okay, I need to access the display. I can do that. Where should the pipes be? There's the power supply. Pipe should be on that side. This way. That would be the correct way to do it, I think. So, some normal pipes, please. Oh, I had those. And some cables. Do I? Do I need cables? Yep, I need cables. So this is now the air conditioner. We can set a temperature here and we can click start. Yeah, that's a bug. Once it had power, of course.
Waste tank critical.
Yep. Yep. Need more cables. At some point the resources will be flowing and then we won't have to do this tango back and forth the whole time. I mean, you already saw that. In the beginning we could do nothing and then I'm like, yeah, let's toss that in this manufacturer. It'll sort itself out. Nah. Already done? No? Asshole. And then we turn this thing on and we try to achieve the temperature. And if it needs to cool, then this means that the waste pipe will get hotter. If it needs to heat, it means the waste pipe will get colder. Pretty straightforward. To connect the logic is not quite necessary, but this saves me from having to print the IC housing. You see, the chips, they need to run in a housing. But if you don't have a housing, then that's a housing crisis. Except if you have an atmospherics unit, which all have a place for a chip. And that chip, that is just as good as the housing. Except if you want to use the screws, which I basically never use, then you can just put it in there. I mean, ideally that thing would refer to the device itself instead of to some arbitrary things in the world, but it can. That's not a problem. Ah, no, we need more cables. Nice station out of nowhere. What is that? Kit Crate Mark II. How many of these fucking things do I have? Thank God they changed the stacking. So far the stacking ended with 5. That was so unfitting. Always you had 6, or basically always you had 6 crates, and so always you would have 2 stacks in your locker for no fathomable reason. It may be that this will not work out because the ACs might overall draw so much power that, well, this doesn't work. So now we need, since this will be very hot here, need to make sure that the temperature doesn't bleed into the rest of the station. Here we have the waste pipe. And what you do with the waste pipe is you put some pressure on it, but you close it. So it's not like you pipe this out of the station or something. There's no gas coming out of here. This is just substance into which thermal energy will go or out of which it will be taken. Well, I like this heat exchanger idea. Let's see what that does. Small direct heat exchanger is all we can make right now. No steel? Whoa! So what does this thing need? Small D heat exchanger needs copper steel, blah blah blah. And when you set it up, then for a gas-gas exchange or liquid gas or liquid-liquid, we need gas-gas. It's just kit, you know. We need base power usage 10 watts. This thing uses power. It doesn't even have a cable connection, if I'm not mistaken. What the shit, man? That's wrong. I will screenshot this. Maybe it helps. Okay, then build state 01. You can just plop this down and then you're done. Nice. Aha, so it's kind of like a radiator, except the purpose is to connect the two sides of the coin. Will this work? I don't know if what I intend to do here will work, but the simulation will certainly do what's appropriate for such a situation. You bet your ass, this is Stationeers. It is really, really, really advanced software. I mean, Rocketworks deserve that name. Let me tell you. Actually, they're currently pondering making a game that goes in the general direction of Kerbal Space Program. And they're trying to get postgraduate, well, people who know rocket science, basically. Because they want to do serious, real shit. Okay, this thing doesn't have any pressure yet, so we can't use it for cooling or heating. How do we get substance in there? Simple, we just add a little bit more pipe, and then we slap a canister holder on there, and we put a canister in there that has gas. And this will then be the substance that we use. We need to be careful with the gas that we use, because it needs to be one that doesn't liquefy in the pipes or something. Oxygen would be nice, but I don't want to waste my oxygen for that, so maybe I can use nitrogen if that is applicable. Let's see. 8 megapascals and 1000 Kelvin. 1200 is what we need for using the things that we want to do. Alright. So I think this heat exchanger doesn't have any connectors. And this will make sure that whatever temperature is there and whatever temperature is there they will cuddle up and make babies or whatever. Okay, and this is the input and output, and the input and output of this will be once again an enclosed loop, an enclosed container for gas, because we have to stage this. This thing can't just cool down 600 degrees down to 20. It can't. There's a maximum temperature differential. You can see the differentials here. Actually, we can do this now. Error. Once it has been piped up correctly. And then the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and 4 or 5 of these should get us down to room temperature. And this is then how we make sure that the plants don't burn up and we can walk around without the helmet closed. That's the concept. Ridiculous as it may sound, that is how it works. And yes, we need lots of insulated pipes for that. So this shall be a loop here. Let's put, I'm not sure. I think I always did it like this, right? And then it goes back down there. And then from here comes the waste pipe of the next AC, and since that is a curved pipe, it can actually go through this cable. A straight pipe can also go through, but you cannot go along through the cable. That doesn't work. I need insulated pipes. And I need more air conditioners. Despite the complexity, it's very easy to set these pipes and cables up. I mean, the interface is actually pretty good of Stationeers. So this one could cool, and I could cool only this here. And I will now, for funsies, oh, won't I? Would I stack more of these up for now? I mean, I know I need more. How many kids atmospherics do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to set up 2 more. Yep. That is how it was written. And then I will use a filtration unit to get some gas from the outside. Which will be very hot, but if I have an AC in here and don't pump too much in at the same time, I can keep the balance. That's the plan. This is an AC again. This is a filtration unit. And of course, once I have things set up for cooling and such, I will stop pumping the gas out. And then I can also empty my nice canisters here into the room's air. Need more cables. Tons more cables. So I need tons more copper. Getting a bit late. I think I want to stop this video soon. So before we have achieved viability, basically, which sucks, but at the same time it's a good motivator. So next time when I think, do I want to play this? Yes, I want to play this because there's something to be achieved here. Something concrete is on the table. No more silicon. Now I must be careful. If I pipe this to the right, that will be in the way of the pipe that will be coming out there. So we have 2 ACs now which would be powered. 2 only. Don't even have enough cables to complete the building of the others. How are we looking? What I would want to pump in from the outdoors is where's my tablet? Wait, what was it? We had pollutant, we have volatiles, and we have CO2. The only thing I would want to pump in is CO2. Yeah, CO2 then. So we need some carbon dioxide filters. I would say 2. Of 3. Let's make 3. We can make 3. Well, and in this case, I would just open this up to the room, you know? This would then be the room that gets cooled and cooled and cooled and cooled. Cool, huh? So...
Power low.
Here we need a passive vent. I think we have one of those lying around. This is the waste pipe, everything that is not filled. Okay, here is the input. Here is the output. What comes out here is what? Carbon dioxide. 2 filters don't do anything more other than if one filter is used up, the next one will be used. If no filter is in there, and I hope also if the filters are empty, then nothing will come out here and everything will just go back out here. So that would be the wrong move, because then we get CO2 here, and here we get pollutant into the room. We don't want that. Instead, where is the insulated stuff here? I mean, the atmosphere out there is very, very hot. We don't want that heat in here unnecessarily. And this pipe will be open, this one that I'm currently making. I am not sure how it behaves in regards to the world atmosphere being used up, so to speak. I will explicitly separate them. If a pipe cowl is here and a pipe cowl is here, there's two different world boxes. So maybe whatever sucks in here will be disturbed less by what's coming out here, so we might have a slightly higher efficiency. Some more cowls. Cowls are evil. No, that's not with... Moo! Where's the iron? Yep. Oh. Yeah, definitely more mining needs to be done. Building things through a window is a bit cheesy, but okay. And if you point exactly at the edge of that pipe, you will be able to put the pipe cowl just there. It's easy, it's not a one pixel issue, you know. So this thing could now take in atmosphere and could waste out atmosphere, and here we would only get CO2. Once we have cables here, could turn this thing on, but I don't have cables, and I don't have a way to get rid of the heat that would result from this. I don't want that, neither do you. And with that, I will leave you for today, because we can't complete this. Not now. But I think there's still hope that I will survive this playthrough. Easy is really a completely different story from Stationeer difficulty, absolutely. I would have died 100 times by now. So, see you again next time. I hope there will be a next time. This playthrough is fun.